Hello, everyone. Lovely being here. Of course, it's a Thursday, 6 p.m. or 3 minutes past 6 London time. Great being here. It's just me today, not Brother Greg, but me and Brother Joe in the backstage. But of course, I see a number of friends already on the live chat, so that's going to be good. Like I said, lovely being here. Of course, for those who are new, this is a Christian channel. Our live stream is Christian. And so the intent we have is essentially to present the Christian worldview to others, people who are non-Christians. And so what we normally do is invite non-Christians on stage to have a conversation. I currently see at least a couple of people in the backstage, so I just wanted to give a quick introduction, pray, so we can get started. What we present ultimately is the fact that only Jesus, only God of the Bible is God, and the fact that we have thorough reason for why that is the case. And we also thereby consider that there is no other worldview, no other religious worldview which could be representative of God. And so we want everyone to become Christians. I see even a gentleman in the live chat currently saying he's not religious. We welcome everyone who is not a Christian to watch us, to engage with us. So if at any stage, if anyone wants to come on stage to ask any questions that they might have on theology generally, atheism generally, or in particular about Jesus Christ, you're most welcome to do so. What we do normally is we invite someone on stage. We ask people to come on the backstage so we can take a person at a time, and we generally tend to have a 15-minute conversation with each, and during which time to the non-Christian we are speaking to, somehow either speaking about Christianity or commenting about their particular worldview, essentially communicate that everyone has to be Christian. And that is the goal, and that would be the goal every week, and that's the goal for today. So I'm delighted to be here. Of course, it's going to be a little bit hectic today without Brother Greg, but through God's grace, and with Brother Joe's help in the backstage, hopefully we'll have a productive time. To all those who are new, lovely to see you all. To those who are especially non-Christians, lovely to see you all. So thank you very much. Let me pray and get the stream to start commenting things in the presence of God. Father, we come before your throne of grace. Lord, it's a marvelous privilege to have you as our God. With you, there is hope. With you, there is meaning. With you, there is purpose to life. You seem to know everything about us. You are the one who created us, and therefore that shouldn't come as a surprise. But the fact of you knowing the deepest longings of our hearts and the deepest problems in our hearts, you know all of these. You know our wickedness. You know the fact of us failing, in all sorts of different ways. But Lord, you are still compassionate towards us. You want us to be with you despite all our failings. You are God. You could have easily chucked us out, but despite all our failings, you want us to be with you. And this is why, our precious God, in the person of Jesus, you came down and you went to the cross to pay for the penalty of all our sins. You take sin seriously, and therefore you went to the cross. You don't make things up as you go along, and therefore you wanted to find a legally valid solution to help us. And that is why you took the penalty of our sins on the cross. We thank you for this. We are delighted about this. But of course, there are plenty of people who are not yet Christian. And so we want to make sure that, many people get to know about your great love. And so today we commend this stream in your hands, Lord. We pray that through your Spirit, Lord, that many would benefit, Lord, that we'd have a friendly environment, that we'd have robust conversations, but in a friendly manner. Help us, Lord, we pray. to discuss deep things and things that would convince people through your Holy Spirit to take the step to become Christians, Lord. Comment this time in your hands. Comment every non-Christian, especially in your hands. Lord, we pray that through your Spirit, Lord, please help everyone stay focused. Comment all Christians in your hands, Lord, to help us provide a friendly environment. Comment all things in your hands. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Amen. Lovely. Okay. Like I said, there are a couple of people already in the backstage waiting. For those who can't see, my daughter is lying on my lap, but hopefully that's fine. Greg is enjoying. He is on holidays somewhere, but he was intending to join, but he isn't feeling great. Sometimes when you go on holidays to new places, things are a little bit problematic. So I think he's just having that. So we don't have Greg, unfortunately, today, and so it's going to be just me. Okay, let's get started. For those who are new, we are Christians. We'd like non-Christians to join the stream to have conversations. I already have a couple of people here in the backstage, and so I'm going to get them, one of them, soonish on stage. But in the meantime, if you're not a Christian and if you'd like to engage in a conversation, the way to do it is by clicking on the link at the top of the live chat. There's a link at the top of the live chat. It should say something like streamyard.com something. Click there, give appropriate permission to your audio device. When you jump on the backstage, Brother Joe in the backstage would ask you to go through a brief verification. We have had troublemakers join us in the past, so please engage with him on the private chat, and then we'll hopefully be able to have a conversation with you after that. Bear in mind, we take people on a first come first serve basis, and we normally tend to spend about 15 minutes with a person. So you can but unfortunately, when you join, because you won't have admin rights, you won't be able to see the entire queue of people waiting. So please bear with us, and hopefully Brother Joe would be able to once in a while let you know how many are in the backstage, and give you a rough ETA to not keep you waiting without knowing when you could have a conversation. Lovely. Okay. Having said that, just to make sure, the link should be at the top of the live chat. For those who are watching on YouTube, top of the live chat, the link should also be a pinned comment on Facebook, and I think on Twitter, Brother Joe has updated the link somewhere. I don't know where, but if you're watching on Twitter, around your videos somewhere, please check to find a StreamYard link. If you want to join us, that's how you come here. Now, before I go any further, those who are watching, if I could encourage you, if you're watching and if you've seen our material, in some way, shape, or form, and if you think, we're already doing some good work, we'd like to make sure our live streams are also reaching a wide audience. So if you're able to please like the video, that'll be lovely. So many more would be notified of the fact of us having gone live in this stream, so they could join. So please do that favor for us. Please like the stream, which could help us have a much wider audience base during live streams. But having said that, let's get going. Who is the first one? Brother Joe, is someone ready? Hello. Please, you're on stage. Hello, how are you doing?
Able to hear me?
Now I can hear you. Please go ahead. How are you doing?
Perfect. Good evening. Great. Nice to talk to you. I've been following your channel for quite some time. Great discussions. And I had a couple of questions based on what I keep repeatedly hearing from your, thing. For example, you say one of the most important thing for Jesus was he went on the cross for others or for the humanity or something like that. I just want to understand what does that really mean in terms of he went to the cross for the sake of others. So what does that exactly imply?
Sure. Very simply, God is a God of God is a God of justice and love.
Mhm.
Essentially, the biblical presentation is God created us in a perfect manner, human beings in a perfect manner, which means, God expects us not to lie, not to cheat, not to have lust, not to, have pride, and all those sorts of stuff. God created our forefather Adam in a perfect manner, and he expected us to not fail at all. But the reality is, we have failed. Out of our own free choice, we have failed. Through our failure, we have veered away from God. Now, in this veering away, in the state of having veered away from God, we don't deserve to be in heaven with God because we are no longer perfect. God's presence, God wants only perfect beings there. We are not perfect, and therefore we don't deserve to be there. And so somehow a problem has to be sorted, which is that we are imperfect. We deserve to be punished. As a matter of fact, or rather, we don't deserve to be with God forever. And so this is the problem we have. But God loves us. God is not just a God of justice. God is also a God of love. When I say, just to be sure, when I say justice, but note carefully, it's not just the fact that we have offended God, we have also offended all sorts of fellow human beings through our, all sorts of behavior, anger, hatred, malice, lust, and so on. And so God is a God of justice. He wants to make sure all injustice is sorted. But God is a God of love. He wants to love us. In his love, he understands we haven't got a way out. So Jesus went to the cross. So on the cross, justice and love could meet. On the cross, God's perfect penalty for all our failings met God's perfect love to redeem human beings. If you and I were to bear the penalty of our sins, we will be lost forever from God. God doesn't want that. God wants to love us. God wants us to be with him. And so Jesus, on our behalves, went to the cross. And he shed his precious blood. He gave his life for us on our behalf. It's almost like, if you live in if for example, in the West, in the UK, you sound a little bit not perhaps from India, but if you're somewhere in the West, maybe in India also, I don't know about parking penalty tickets, but if you park in the wrong place, you pay a penalty. But just because I'm given a penalty, it doesn't mean I have to pay it. Someone else could pay on my behalf. As long as the penalty is paid, the account is settled. And that is what God did on the cross for us. The penalty is real, but the settling of the account is also real. On our behalf, Jesus went to the cross and laid down his life, shed his precious blood. And because he paid for our penalty, we go scot-free. And God has a contract with us in a particular way, which is called the New Testament, New Covenant. There's a particular way we receive Jesus, and if we do, God says, look, I've paid your penalty. You're no longer someone who is blotted, but rather you are a justified man, someone who is legally perfect. And so come be with me forever. That's the presentation. That's the meaning of the cross. That's the relevance of the cross. Does that clarify to you, Peace?
I mean to say it was kind of, yeah, very philosophical, because I think Jesus was anyway a supernatural person. I mean, he was God, right? I mean, there would have been no way how he could have been, what do we say, killed or have pain, or he could feel the, anyway, because he had that magical supernatural power. So there is no force on earth if he was really a god, could have killed him either way. It's not that because even his birth was, I know he was given birth by Virgin Mary, so there is some supernatural things attached to him even from the time he was born. And so there was no way any mortal human being, be it the Romans or whoever it is, could have anyway killed him. So for a supernatural person who could never be killed, does that really mean he can feel the pain, the blood, or anything of that sort? Because either way, the end was known. He could not have been killed. He's eternal because he was God. So what is the whole purpose of really showing to the thing that he suffered pain or anything, which, no, he could not have?
That's a good question, Peace. And here is where maybe I should, essentially, the biblical presentation, the historical presentation is simple, which is that, even though Jesus was God, is God, and will continue to be God, the fact of the matter is he actually genuinely took up human form, a body which is just like yours and mine, genuinely. In other words, for those who were around him, he would be a human being in terms of, being able to interact. He was a human being. If someone were to punch him, he'll feel the pain. That was the form he took up. Now, the only question you need to ask is, can God do that if he wanted to? Can God take up human form if he wanted to? As much as you are able to say, well, look, God is God, you should also be able to say, well, if God is God, then he must be able to do whatever he wants to do which is within the character of him, which is, whatever he wants to do. And within what he wanted to do was to become like us, like you and like me. In other words, to present himself in a form where he had a body, and therefore you punch him, God will feel the pain. Here is where we need to be clear. The Christian presentation of God, through experience, is a very strong presentation. It's a very reasonable presentation, but very strong, evidentially very strong, but also philosophically quite consistent, which is that we're not talking about some God, who someone says, oh, look, he is God and therefore you can't do anything to him. If he is God, he should be able to allow himself to be presented here, so you and I can interact with him like how we could interact with other human beings. He should be able to do that if he is truly God, which is what he did. So Jesus showed up in human form, and people in the human form, he was killed, and the process was quite gory. He had to go through pain and suffering. God has real emotions. God of the Bible has real emotions. And so when there is pain, he feels the pain. When there is sorrow, he feels the sorrow. And so he went through emotions just like you and me. But as a matter of fact, even more than you and me. Because even though you and I as human beings love, our love isn't perfect. But God's love is perfect. And that is when that is why when he feels sorrow for something, it is real deep sorrow. Our love is imperfect, and therefore we don't sorrow as deep as God. So Jesus went through what you and I would have gone through, and therefore it is a meaningful interaction or transaction he had on the cross.
Mm-hmm. And I see, and I think you emphasize the human form many a times. He came in the human form, and he wanted, what do we say? There was a lot of emphasis on human form as such. But there are so many life forms around us, right? So what do you think, for example, lion, tigers, elephant, do you think they are also the creatures of God, or there is an overemphasis of only human? here, because they too are, I think, are created by God. At least that's my what do we say, viewpoint. So they too probably have a role or an equal what do we call, kind of God's creature or God's creation, I would say. So they too would be having an equal importance as a human. And why this overemphasis of only human in this whole narrative?
Peace, I understand you are from a Jain background, and I hear this word equal. Where do you get the idea that other life forms are equal to men? Why do you arrive at that conclusion?
Okay, even if they are not equal, let's take they are unequal, or maybe we are one level above. I mean, I don't consider it. I feel they are equal because, anyway, that's a different discussion altogether. But what do you think is the relevance or importance of other life forms outside human in in a Christian point of view or a Jesus point of view? What is the relevance of these other living beings?
Jesus being the only creator God, he is very, very considerate. He is the one who created the universe. We have every evidence to understand this. And therefore, quite unsurprisingly, he is quite responsible. He is quite, he considers all animals to be quite relevant, quite responsible. And he is the most humane. He has the most humane interaction with animals, while still holding the idea and asserting the idea that human beings were made in his image. Animals weren't. The rest of the animals weren't. And so that is very important. Now, on the one hand side, to say, oh, animals are not important, it's silly, it's evil. To say animals are not important is evil. Equally, to say animals are equally important as human beings is also evil. You can't just equate the human beings with animals. The only way you can do is either by the only way the only way what Jainism does is essentially undermine human nature to make it equal with animals. That's not a good idea. Humans are far supreme, far better than animals in multiple different regards, not in terms of that, but that doesn't render the animals a meaningless state. God, being the creator, has a meaningful state for the animals. He is the one who created. He is the one who allows them to, you know, um, um, exist on planet Earth as they do, and even better, actually, God wants human beings to treat them in a responsible manner, and that's quite that's central to Christian theology. Christians.
Is that written in Bible that human is above animals somewhere?
Oh, it's both written in Bible and known through experience. Are you doubting this? If you doubt this, there is a serious problem.
I know there was I think a debate, I think few episodes before, where you questioned the same thing. I think somebody argued that, oh, if you were to choose between a human and your pet dog, whom would you choose? And I think the speaker told pet dog. I mean, I too hold that view. I still believe.
No.
I mean, that is the fundamental. That's the fundamental difference of ideology between you and probably mine. I would respect that.
No. Please, once again, please. Look, I'm not asking about whether you hold an idea or not. Anyone can hold an idea. There are people in the world today who hold the idea that they can go around killing people who don't espouse their religion. Just because they hold an idea, it doesn't mean the idea is valid. There are about 1 billion people who hold the idea that unless you follow the religion, you could be killed. And so my question to you was not whether you hold the idea. My question to you was, are you saying, you earlier asked, is there any information in the Bible to suggest that, I'm assuming, I can't remember exactly, but to suggest that animals have value, or humans are better than animals? My point is, yes, the Bible clearly says humans are better than animals. And number two, it should be clear even from outside of the Bible. And so I'm going to ask you, what gives you the impression animals are equal to human beings? What gives you that impression? Well, give me evidence. Give me some meat. Don't give me. Don't just say I have that view.
Yeah, except for that, we have a little bit more intelligence. Anyway, our intelligence has shown that we are destroying the world. That's a different issue. Anyway, humans are a little bit more intelligent, have some kind of a intelligence, and we can probably talk. Of course, we haven't used that talk also properly. Many of them have used it irresponsibly. I feel there is no difference between a human and an animal, to be pretty frank, because they too have the same emotions, reactions, fear, faith, everything, except that, yeah, they may not believe in God, but I think they are the
Please,
purest form of creation more than humans. I think their love is what do we call unconditional. For example, a dog or any animal whom you choose as a pet, they probably give up their life even for their masters. We know countless examples how dog has fiercely protected. Apart from that, I don't feel why a human there is, and there are some human who probably are even so, what do we say, cruel and not worth to be have any respect. Many a times I would put animal above human being.
please,
That's my
please.
personal view.
No, you've given three different points, all of which have tremendous holes in them.
Mm-hmm.
Just you. Okay, so I'll choose just one. We run out of time, unfortunately, but just one. Just for 1 minute. You
Mm-hmm.
said that dogs love. What is
Mm-hmm.
the definition that you hold of love?
They really give respect, and they really give have, for example, just because you
Please,
feed them,
question is
they
specific.
have
What is the
they
definition that you hold for love? Definition. I'm looking for a definition.
I mean, they do really love the human or their master more than themselves.
Please,
More
I'm
than
asking
probably,
you
for
the
example,
definition.
even if I have a kid,
Please,
even
please,
if I have a
please,
kid,
please.
yeah.
No. Please, you need to stay focused. Unless you stay focused, we'll be wasting time right now. You are
Okay.
saying dogs love. I'm asking you, what is your definition of love?
I mean, they, what do we call, without any bias, obey you, whatever you tell them. They have no conditions for why they would like to do something, even more than my own kid or a child. For example, if,
No,
for
no, no,
example, my,
no. Please don't. Just by throwing more statements, you don't arrive at meaning.
Mhm.
I asked you for the definition of love. Now you've gone to obedience. They obey you. Look, my iPhone obeys me perfectly. Well,
Mhm.
near perfectly. Of course, it fails. When it fails, when the operating system fails. But is that love? What is your definition of love?
I mean, for example, even
Don't give me examples.
even
What is the
even if
definition of
somebody
love?
comes, even if somebody comes to harm a master, he will go and try to protect him.
Please,
I mean,
please,
you probably know
please,
what's a
please,
dog's love. I don't
please.
think I need to
No, no,
explain
no, no,
how
no, you're wasting time right now. Please, please. This is where people who espouse religions, in my view, to their own detriment, waffle on. Muslims waffle on a different level, and people of other religions waffle on a different level. You and I know exactly the question asked. If you don't know the answer, just let us know you don't know. Just because you don't know, yet you want to hold to the opinion, don't give random comments. Final time, I'm going to ask, what is the definition of love that you used to establish that dogs love much better than humans? What's the definition of love you used?
love is exactly how your kids like you. Same thing. Dogs love their master. Like
Don't say
if you
same
can
thing.
tell me
I'm asking for
how
a
your
definition.
dog is,
And please,
if
please,
I'm telling you,
I'm going to stop there. Apologies.
okay,
I'm
fine.
asking for a definition. This is like, this is like, let's say an English examination. I'm asking you, please give me the definition of faith. And you say, oh, faith is the same as something else. I'm asking for definition, not a synonym. Definition. Define. Can
I
you
mean,
define?
it's just the relationship between my child and a father, child and a mother is the same relationship
Please.
for
Okay,
me, at
thank you.
least, with my. Okay,
No,
have a
no.
nice
You're right.
show.
No, this is look. This is look. If this is the definition of love, then everything is the same in your mind. I'd like to comment
Yeah.
to you. This is a very, very inadequate view on reality. It fails you miserably. Please don't hold on to this view. Love is a very specific thing. Love is a very, very deep thing. Love, as a matter of fact, is the highest ethic that we have observed. If your religion doesn't even help you define what it is, and after ignoring the definition, makes you conclude that animals are the same as human beings, it's time to wake up.
Maybe you can educate me what's love from a Christian point of view.
Okay, so for instance, Jesus Christ said, I'll begin. Jesus Christ, defines love.
I mean, let's keep God away. Maybe between you and your daughter or your kids, or maybe anybody whom you think you love in your life, your parents, your whoever it is.
Sure. Peace. I look. You asked me for definition. I could give definition, and while I give definition, you will understand how Jesus is the only one who has defined it, and it is important for you to understand. And I'd like to more importantly say, don't hold on to a religion which doesn't even know what love really means. Please don't follow that religion. You will be confused.
Is religion a point to be brought when we talk of love between two people or any two entities? I mean, why bring religion there? Okay, you love your son. It can be for any religion. Any religion, there is a common bondage between you, your parents, your kids,
Please,
or whomever you hold dear
please,
to your
thank you
heart.
very much. Please, thank you very much. I'm going to remove you from stage right now. As much as you sound polite, my dear friend, you are in a manner actually obnoxious. Muslims are obnoxious in a different way and violent, and you are obnoxious. It's a very, between a human and a human, very similar. Look, we can have a sense. You can just put your hands up and say, look, I don't know. If you want to let me know, and if you tell me where you get your definition, you can. I asked you multiple times, you could not define. Now you're giving a lecture that you don't need God to define. Well, if you don't need God to define, you could have defined. When I asked you multiple times, you could not. And so my commendation to you, my dear friend, is to leave behind Jainism. It does not. Any religion that makes you become nonsensical is not a sensible thing to follow. Some will make you do that more than others. Not a good idea. Jesus alone defines love. Love ultimately, in the Word of God, defined is through experience, is defined as sacrificially acting in the best interest of the other person. Sacrificially acting in the best interest of the other person. Jesus said, great love has no man than to lay down his life for his friends. My dear friend, dogs behave instinctively. Dogs don't know what is good, what is bad. Dogs don't care if you are a thief or a murderer or a rapist. Your dog will protect you regardless of who you are. That is not love. If you don't even know this, get to know Jesus first. I invite you to understand Bible and not get confused with vain, inadequate philosophies of life. To define love, one necessarily have to understand what is truth, what is morally upright, for then the person to act in the best interest of a particular person who is the target of love. So please, thank you very much, but don't waffle on. Please don't waffle on. We haven't got much time to waffle on. Get to know facts, get to know Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Joe, let's move on. There's one more gentleman in the backstage. While we are trying to get the other gentleman from the backstage, if you're not a Christian and if you want to understand why you need to be a Christian, please jump on stage. The link for the live stream is at the top of the live chat, YouTube live chat at the top. On Facebook, I think it's a pinned comment. Please click, and jump on the stream if you have any questions that need to be answered, or if you'd like to engage in a particular in a robust conversation to understand why you need to be a Christian. While Joe, let's get Nitish on stage. Oh, Nitish, I'm assuming is the next one. While I just a minute before I begin speaking to Nitish, if you like our conversations, if you think it is productive, please click on the like so it could reach a wider audience. Thank you very much. Okay, now coming to Nitish. Nitish, how are you doing? I can't hear you. Please unmute yourself and speak.
I said, Namaskar, how are you?
By God says, okay. How are you? Yourself okay?
I'm good, I'm good.
Okay.
So I was listening to the previous person and he was
Yep.
unable to define love.
Yep.
So
Have you got a definition?
yeah, it's attachment.
Love is attachment.
It's it's an
So,
attachment, it's an illusion, it's an like two-way whenever you have a two-way you give and take something from some person, that is love. Nothing more than that.
so you go to a shop, give some money, take some food or whatever. That's love.
No, unconditional. Like you don't give money instead of you are in fear that if this person goes away from life and I'll be my what would be my life like? That kind.
So you have an abusive husband or abusive, caretaker, and
Mm-hmm.
but that particular caretaker is the only person you have ever had to relate to in life, and you worry,
Mm-hmm.
what will happen when the person is gone. Is that love?
What I am saying, you are asking about love, and I'm telling you about love. If a person is beating you to death and you are still loving him, that's not. So why would you
No,
want to be?
I'm asking you
Uh,
to define. So,
uh,
Nitish, let's spend the next 15 minutes. And here is a challenge I had
no, no,
for.
no. We are not going to spend this 15 minutes on love. I have some other questions.
Okay, fine. Let's get. What do you want to have questions
What,
on?
what what is your let's end this up with this thing. What is your definition for me, my definition of love is moh. Moh is like attachment. Okay, nothing more than that.
More? Did
But
you say
for
more?
you, moh.
Move.
Moh is moh is a Hindi word.
Oh, Hindi
Moh
word.
is attachment.
Attachment. Two thieves can have attachment. Is that love?
Yeah, that they can love each other.
Two thieves.
Yeah, they
One thief
might.
saying to the other thief, "Hey, look, we are wonderful thieves. You be a thief. I'll be a thief." That's love.
It's a state of mind, sir. Try to understand. It's a state of mind where it feels like its hormones are released and it feels present, like pleasant at that moment of time when the person is in front of you. That's it.
So, someone,
No,
someone, let's say, spending some time and having sexual pleasure is love.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe
What do you mean,
love is
maybe?
different.
Nit-
Love is different for everyone. Love is different. Someone could love their.
What are you talking about? What
Listen,
are you? Look, Nitish,
listen.
let's be honest.
Someone,
You just
someone,
haven't got a definition of love. That's fine.
someone could love this pen, okay, because it might
You can love a
make them
pen.
feel happy. Yeah, whatever makes you feel happy, you love that.
Wanting to have alcohol is love for two and a
Maybe I
half
don't know.
hours.
I don't drink, so I don't know.
Okay, Nitish, I'd like to comment this to you.
Uh-huh.
Again,
Okay.
anyone apart from Jesus will make you struggle like this. Even answering a simple question about a deep, experientially very important subject in human life. Human beings experience love. Human beings want love. Human beings long for love, desire love. Yet, apart from those who follow Jesus, don't even have a definition for what love is. This is the state of the world today.
Okay. Okay.
And that in itself should help everyone understand only Jesus is our creator who knows everything to be able to define some of the very fundamental things in life which are important for us. You can go to any other religion. No other religion cared to define love.
Maybe
Only
they don't want, maybe they don't want love to bound your mental capabilities.
people don't want. What is this religion which doesn't want love?
See, love is a emotion that binds you, okay?
Love is not an
Then
emotion. Don't make things up as you go along.
then
Love is
why do
not.
you love, then why do you love Jesus?
No, no, no. Don't forget. But no, I'm asking for definition. You're struggling with definition. You've given a
I'm
number.
not struggling. I'm not struggling, sir. I'm
Nitish,
telling you
please.
clearly it's an
Nitish,
attachment.
we have 10 more minutes. Around 10 more minutes. Let's put it this way. When I speak, please, please listen. The reality is, so far you weren't able to define what love is. If you think that I'm wrong, I'll stop right now. Define love.
What? Should I define love?
Yes, please.
I told you this is love for me, like attachment. Attachment is love. It could be for anything.
Sure. Are you happy with the
Anything.
definition?
Pardon?
Are you happy with that definition?
Yeah.
Sure. I am now going to demonstrate.
You can see it on my face.
People say ignorance is bliss also, Nitish. So just because someone is happy, it doesn't mean they've given the right answer.
Okay.
Nitish. So your definition for love is attachment.
Yes.
I am going to demonstrate to you that couldn't be a definition, mainly for all sorts of different reasons. One being that it is quite inadequate. I said two thieves can love. Two thieves, two robbers, two serial killers could have attachment with each other, and they may encourage each other in criminality. Is that love? That clearly can't be love. If that is love, we are in serious trouble, my dear friend.
Let's leave this love topic. I don't want to go into that emotion or something. I have a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. You don't want to. I just want to wrap. So Nitish can't define love, and that's important to understand.
Yeah.
Nitish can't define one of the fundamental things human beings long for, which I'm pretty sure if we are able to debate about, can be established to be the highest ethic, and that's quite sad. Now go on, Nitish. What did you want to speak
Okay,
about?
okay. Thank you for giving me such a titles that I cannot define. Oh, I don't want to define. Okay, so I was
Whether you
about
want
to
or
ask.
not, whether you want or not is irrelevant. You simply could not. That
See,
is the moral of the story.
uh, let's see. Okay, so what does Christianity tells about like planets and constellations and all those things?
There are many of
Planets.
yeah,
Does Christianity tells about planets particularly?
yeah. No, 'cause,
Bible.
God created all sorts of heavenly bodies. Some are sources of life, some aren't sources of life, but heavenly bodies, and all are created to in the sight of God to mark times and seasons. But yeah,
So
happy
that's your answer, sir. This is your answer. This is your answer.
answer to what question?
I asked you what does like Christianity tells about planets, these
You asked
planets
me.
that we have. Pardon?
Yeah, go. Sorry, finish. Sorry, finish.
Okay. So I was reading about this Bible and all those things where like when did they tell about but I could not find any verses in your Bible that says Mercury is a planet, Venus is a planet, Earth is a planet, Mars is a planet, Jupiter is a planet. Maybe God did not knew that there were planets there. He called them heavenly bodies, or maybe some person like from Earth saw the constellation and said these are heavenly bodies, and that's all. Because in my dharma, in Sanatan Dharma, before
No, I
Jesus,
want confused.
1500.
No, 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 no,
Let
no, no.
me let me
No,
complete, sir.
no,
Then you
no,
say
no,
no, no, no.
no, 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 no. I
No,
let you speak.
before Jesus,
I let you speak.
1500, 1500 BCE, our people knew the planets. They named them. Okay, they named the constellations and everything. Even like I did not find any like words saying that these are planets, these are constellations, these moves at this degree, that degree. Because astrology came from Rig Veda and that Yajur Veda. There are hymns about that in those Vedas. But what about Bible? When you are saying that God, your like biblical God told you about all the creation and all. He's the creator, actual creator, not other creators. Why?
Nitish, and verbal diarrhea doesn't help. You
Pardon?
spoke about verbal diarrhea doesn't help.
Okay.
You
Okay.
just because you say many things, it doesn't mean you've said anything meaningful. It doesn't mean that, yeah.
No, no. So people might know, like who are watching your stream, they might find relevant or not. They can tell it in comments. But I want to know. That's why I
I,
am ready. I am ready. I'm writing here whatever you are saying.
yeah, yeah, what, okay, what I'm saying, and I'm starting right away. What I'm saying is verbal diarrhea doesn't help. And
Come
what
on, sir. I'm asking you a question.
I know you're doing more verbal diarrhea. Let me speak right now. Verbal diarrhea doesn't help. Just because you say a few things, planet this, planet that, it doesn't mean you're saying anything sensible. So,
Okay. Okay.
uh, so you made two or three different points there. We haven't got time clearly to deal with everything.
One point, all of that concluded to one point that my
Take more
Sanatan
time
Dharma.
now. We have 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes left.
Don't do this, sir. You took like 20 to 30 minutes, the person before me, and when I am asking you some serious question, you are saying that the 5 minutes only left. People might want to know.
Only
Ask
look.
them.
Okay, let's look at this. Do you see this? Joe
That's
is
not.
keeping track of time. Joe is keeping track of time, so I'm not making things up as I go along. Now, to
Okay,
you,
let's leave this question once more. Let's leave this question. Why do you think the Christianity is only religion to be followed by everyone?
because only for Christianity, only for Jesus, there is a verifiable, only in Jesus there is a verifiable revelation of God. Only in Jesus there is a verifiable revelation of the supernatural. If you think there is any, Jesus died, came back alive. Through his death, burial, resurrection, we understand that clearly with him, black and white, God is at play. If you can demonstrate your Sanatan Dharma in this manner, then I'd say, well done, follow Sanatan Dharma. Please, you have two and a
No,
half minutes. Explain
you are
why.
being too much of time
Explain
consistent.
explain why Sanatan Dharma is a verifiable revelation from God. Please go ahead.
Because Sanatan Dharma tells you about lot of knowledgeable what you say uh, 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 Sanatan Dharma had a lot of branches that told you about different perspectives of life. Like there is a Yoga Vishishta that tells you about yoga, Alamkara Shastra tells you about language, Vastu Shastra tells you about architecture, Vimanika Shastra tells you about aeronautics, Dharma Shastra tells you about dharmic rituals. Okay, Kama Shastra tells you about sexual desires and all those emotional things. Artha Shastra tells you about this mathematics and all those things. Okay, there is Mokshapaya. One Shastra is named Mokshapaya that tells you about Nirvana. Nitya Shastra tells you about dance. Surya Siddhanta tells you about astronomy. Okay, Shilpa Shastra tells you about carpentry, painting, and all those things. And Samudrika Shastra tells you about effects of planets on human beings. Nyaya Shastra tells you about social issues. Kavya Shastra tells you about poetics. Rasa Shastra tells you about Ayurveda and other chemicals surrounding you. Okay, so by these things you know that there is someone far more better. He knows things, not like just saying everything is a heavenly body. Okay, he knows there is a planet named Earth, there's a planet named Mercury, and its color is red. Even without telescopes, those people knew before Jesus, 1500 years ago, before Jesus, they knew the planets. There are 7 planets. They knew that. How could they knew? Because they
Sure,
were more technically advanced.
sure.
So this is my answer to your question, sir.
Cool. The question was simple. The
Hmm.
question was, how how do you know your Sanatan Dharma? Do you have a verifiable revelation test? Verifiable revelation of the supernatural in Sanatan Dharma. That's the question asked, and all that you have said is that even if I grant it to you, which I won't. When I can discuss all the details of what science is there in Sanatana Dharma. We can go through that in detail, but of course, clearly we don't have time right
You'll
now.
skip that.
But even if we assume for a moment that Sanatana Dharma has science all over the place, how is that supernatural?
Why do you want to know everything in a supernatural way?
Okay, so Nitish, sorry, that was a rhetorical question. I didn't want you to respond immediately. The question asked was, do you have a verifiable revelation of the supernatural, even if Sanatana Dharma has details of all these things that you spoke about? It is simply still natural and not supernatural. And so, for anyone to claim that through Sanatana Dharma they are seeking God is deluded. You
I
want
think
to
you
know
are
how to
deluded.
follow. You want to know how to follow God. Come to the only verifiably supernatural revelation of God, and that is in the person of Jesus. Verifiable supernatural revelation.
Do
Jesus
you know
died.
the?
Jesus
Mhm.
died. If Jesus had taught me plenty of details about astronomy, I'd be happy that he knows a lot, but I wouldn't be convinced that he is God. For me to be convinced that he is God, he needs to demonstrate not more and more and more of nature or natural things, but even if he can demonstrate one supernatural thing, I'd understand him to be God. And that is where Jesus died, he came back alive. And with one 3-day event, he has defeated every other claimant quite overwhelmingly. Now I'm going to ask again, Nitish. You have 30 seconds.
No,
Do
I have
you?
5 minutes.
You don't have.
Sir, please, please, sir.
Nitish, we can give you 2 minutes if you like. 2 more minutes. But the question is, I'm going to repeat again. This is your opportunity to number 2. Do you have any evidence, verifiable evidence for the supernatural in Sanatana Dharma?
Okay. If you are asking about supernatural, there is nothing supernatural on this earth. Okay. No, let it be anyone. Okay. There is nothing supernatural on this earth. Everything is inside you. Even supernatural things will happen accordingly if you are raised to that level. Okay. God is within you, not outside. You don't have to seek. And what I till now, what I have understood about Christianity is that it is binding you in first of all, it binds you in guilt
Nitish,
trap.
Nitish, I'm
Sir,
going to.
please let
No,
me
no, no,
complete my
Nitish.
answer.
No, no, no. You're not answering the question. You're giving a lecture
I'm
on something
asking,
else.
I told you there is nothing
No,
supernatural.
no. Okay, cool. That's the answer. That's it.
Yes.
Got nothing. And therefore, I'd like to comment to you, you haven't got a clue about God. You better
What?
begin to have a. If you haven't got anything supernatural, you've only got plenty of people attempting to do their homework, studying various things, which may or may not be right. That's all you've got. We are talking about God. And therefore, I'd like to comment to you to come to the only person who is verifiably supernatural in the entire human history, namely Jesus. And he is verifiably supernatural by the fact of him dying and coming back alive. You can't do it naturally. He was able to do it, and therefore he is supernatural. You say there is nothing supernatural in your religion. Lovely to hear your confession. It's time to leave.
It's not a confession, sir. It's not a confession. Don't put words like these. It's knowing the thing that there is nothing supernatural through the
Yes.
dharma.
Knowing that you don't know. That's what we're talking about. Knowing that you don't know anything supernatural is what I am calling confession. Please don't get hung up on the words. Nitish, your life is on the line. Everyone is going to die. You are assuming that you're going to reincarnate and so on, and you're assuming based on.
I don't believe in reincarnation, sir.
Sure. So let me complete. Okay. Uh, your life is on the line. Everyone is going to pass away. You better have a proper plan about your life when you pass away. Jesus gives you details, and Jesus wants you to come to him, receive his forgiveness, so you can have eternal life with him. Go ahead.
One last question.
Sure.
If a person commits a crime, let's say he murders two people and then rapes three girls and then whatever, okay. If he comes to Jesus, will he be forgiven?
Well,
If he accepts
everyone.
Jesus as his savior?
Sure. Every human being is a criminal. Bear in mind, in Jesus's mind, it's not just. Please listen to the answer. Don't
I'm
just.
not speaking, I'm just doing.
Yeah, don't do. It's time to listen. It's time to learn. It's every human being is a criminal. Every human being is a criminal. Jesus said, the moment you look at a woman with lust, you've already had adultery with the woman. Or the moment you look at a woman, by implication, a woman who is not yours, your wife, with lust, you've already committed adultery. In other words, Nitish, if you've looked at women with lust already in your life, I don't know how many times, maybe 20 times, 30 times, 100 times, 200 times, 2000 times, according to Jesus, you've raped so many times. And so don't think you are any better than a rapist. In Jesus's mind, in God's mind, he is looking for perfection. He's not looking for your ultimate actions. He's looking for the deep longings of your heart. The moment you look at your lust, look at the woman with lust, gone. Therefore, everyone is a rapist. Everyone is in all these sorts of stuff that you described. The only question is, who is going to be saved? Jesus says, if someone repents, comes to him genuinely, he will be saved. So if a rapist genuinely repents and comes to Jesus, he is much better than yourself right now, Nitish, who also is liable of the same punishment, but who is dismissive, who doesn't want to deal with the problems of your life, and who wants to just go on. So Nitish, we have to wrap up right now. There's at least one more person in the
When
back
will
seat.
I come back? When can I come back?
You
After some time?
you can return. Essentially, the point is, if we don't have anyone else joining, then you can join. We
Okay,
I
after
see.
some you have someone in studio, so you need to talk to them.
Yes,
But I will come back with more questions, sir.
sure.
Are
Please
you
come back.
are you do I irritate you in some way?
No.
Are you okay with me coming now?
I'm perfectly fine. It's just that we need to do the 15 minutes to
Yeah,
engage with.
I understand. I understand.
Apart from that, no, even if people who are violent to me, I still have
But
conversations. And
but my same thing is this, that if you are saying that he will be saved by Jesus even after committing those crimes, I don't think it's a viable thing, because he must pay his karmas. He must pay for what he did. Newton's laws
sure, Nitish,
apply there.
yeah,
I'll come back.
you come back. But I'm just going to say everyone has to pay, and that is why everyone has to look for some way of paying. And I have looked for it, and I have decided, look, Jesus pays for me. I am liable to pay. Jesus pays for me. So I put my hands up and say, Jesus, please help me. If you don't want to do
No,
that, you will be held liable
no.
personally.
I also pray to God. I also pray to God.
Now, I'm talking about
And
Jesus in particular, who laid down his life for you. There's no other God who paid the penalty. There's no one else who is God. You said you agreed to that your ideas are not supernatural. You agreed to that. So there's no one else who is God, and so that is important. Nitish, come back. We need to wrap up
no,
there.
no problem. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you much, Nitish. Joe, who's next? Is someone ready to? Hello, hello in the hall.
Hi, hi. How are
Long,
you, brother?
yeah, long time. By God says, okay. How are you doing?
I'm good. And how's in London?
Yeah, London is well, okay-ish. Things are happening in our nation, but through God's grace, there's still time. But
It's still time.
come again.
I, our PM is there, so hope for the best.
What Narendra Modi is here?
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't realize. Is he visiting? For how long is he here?
I think for 2 3 days. I don't know the schedule of our prime minister, but he is there in London, I suppose.
I didn't. I didn't. He. I didn't. I don't think he got on the national media here yet, so I didn't get to see. Apologies. But good to
You
hear.
asked for
Go ahead.
yeah. You asked for love, right?
Go ahead. Is that what you wanted to So we, of course, we'll have 14 minutes. It's lovely to see you, by the way. See you after a long time. I trust your
Yeah.
family is okay and everyone. Yeah.
Everyone is
Everyone.
fine. I love your conversation. Love to
Lovely.
conversate with you.
Lovely, lovely. That's really good. So now go ahead. In the so what
You
were you saying?
you are
Are you
you
are you
asked
okay
about
with
love.
talking about? Are you okay with trying to find if you have the definition of love over the
Yeah,
next
yeah,
15 minutes?
of course.
Sure.
I have the definition for love.
Go ahead,
Love
please.
is to love is to support anyone of of whom you trust unconditionally. That's love for me. When you support anyone of a person whom you trust completely and give him support unconditionally, that's love for me.
1 second. So let me bring up my share screen. So you're in this definition of love. Support anyone who,
Anyone whom
yeah,
you love, whom you, I mean,
anyone unconditional.
unconditionally, unconditionally.
So this is love.
You don't,
Support anyone
yeah,
unconditionally.
right.
So if you're a gangster and if you support your mafia gang boss unconditionally, that's love.
See, uh, here you are mistaken. Here you are mistaken. There is a difference between true and false, right and wrong. There is a difference between everything, right? You cannot say, if I'm doing a crime, I'll support that person because he's my brother. No, no, no. No. You're mistaken in that. Giving support unconditionally means in a dharam manner, in Hinduism, in a very truthful manner. You cannot say, ki, if someone is committing a crime, I'll support him.
But to look at your
Like,
definition. I'm no, please don't accuse me. I'm going by your
no, no,
definition.
no, 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 no. In a very truthful manner. In
Okay,
a
okay.
very
So you
truthful
want me
manner, in
to
a
you want me
justifiable
to
manner,
in a
in a very
very
justifiable manner, justifiable manner, in a very
in a justifiable manner.
right, like a brother to a brother, a husband to a wife, a father to a son. You cannot, I cannot love you, right? I cherish your friendship, but I cannot love you, right? Love is not you cannot uh, make a love to anyone of a fellow. You have to know that person. How is he? Who is he rather? Then you can love someone. Na? You cannot love anyone on the planet Earth. You have to know that person.
Sure. So do you see what you've done here? I'm
Hmm.
merely in the this is I'm going by your definition. I'm
Yeah, good.
scrutinizing your definition, and I'd
Hmm.
like to find out first of all. I'd like to find out, where did you get this definition from? Did you get this from a religion?
No, no, it is not a religion because I feel for my brother, for my wife, for my father, for my son. This is what I feel. How can I say ki this is for a religion, from a religion? This is what I feel.
Sure. So now coming here, support anyone unconditionally in a justifiable manner. What is justifiable manner?
Justifiable. For an instance, uh, I have a brother, and he is in a mess because of me. Or this is an example, right? And getting him in. I'm in out of that mess, and because he's in a mess because of me. So just loving is not. You cannot define love. It's just supporting someone you love unconditionally. You cannot say I don't want something back from that person, right? You do something for me and give something back to me. Are you getting my point? You don't have to think of that if I do something to this person, he'll do something best for me. Are you getting that my point? Are you
In the
getting my
Bible,
point?
I'm hearing. I'm trying. So no, ultimately, what I'd like to demonstrate is that, very simply, it is only Jesus
Mhm.
who precisely defines love, and in doing that,
Why are
it
you bringing religion into that? You can bring your son into that. You can bring your wife into that. Why do you want to bring religion? As you said to me earlier,
sure. I'm not bringing a religion. I'm bringing Jesus, a person, into this.
I got that he is God. Why do you want to bring a God in front of her? In
Sure.
when you talk about love, you
Yeah.
have to, as a human, what I see around is I don't find any God over there. I find you as my partner. I'm talking with. I'm cherishing my moment with. This is love for me.
Sure. So in the Bajaj's question is, why am I bringing God into a discussion on love? Very
Right?
simply,
Because you can.
I haven't said. Very simply, because you know what you're looking at right now. There should be a word which should stare in your face. Justifiable. The word
Justifiable, right?
justifiable. The word
Right.
justifiable.
Your wife doesn't come into it. Your
Let,
daughter
let me
doesn't
please,
come to it.
let me please make my point. Otherwise, you won't understand what I'm going to say.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
The word justifiable has the root word justice in it.
Yeah.
What is right, what is good, what is truthful in it. Unless you know what is right and good and truthful, you can't define love.
Right. Absolutely right.
Yes.
That's
And that is where you can't, that is why we have to, before being able to define love, we have to be able to, be aware of what good is,
what good is right. Absolutely right.
for which we need to know, for which we need to have a revelation of goodness. You can't just
Absolutely
sit
right.
with your wife and say, look, I can define love now. You can't.
This
I
is
can sit with my wife and can define an emotion that might appear to be love.
hmm.
But if both of us are criminals, this is not love. We're just,
What goodness. You term goodness, right?
yeah. And that is where, that's where yeah. This is where I'm going to go to the biblical presentation, which is
No biblical. No biblical. Talk about yourself.
there's no, I can't define. Look, I'm not the definition of truth. I'm not the definition of good.
You
And that,
are you are definition of good, Arun. Who said you are not definition of good? I seen so many of your videos when you are talking about. I mean, you are engaging with the Muslim people. You are teaching them what is good, what is bad. I've seen so many of your videos. That is love for you. I can define that you are teaching them what is right and what is wrong. That is goodness of you, right?
Yeah,
So
I
that
am. I
cannot
am
be
teaching. I am teaching because I've learned from the Lord Jesus. I am aware of the ultimate definition of good, who is Jesus. I am aware of
but
that, and therefore,
see,
I'm able to present a, a view of that to others. I'm able to present a sort of a
you
portion
know,
of it to others. But
you know
without
why do
God,
you do,
without
you know
God,
why do you, sorry, go ahead.
but there is only one person who is the very definition of that goodness. There is, apart from him, there is no one who is good, and that is God.
Right,
God,
absolutely.
Jesus Christ.
If according to you, I mean, according to you, Lord Jesus Christ teaches something good, then all the Christians should be good.
Not necessarily.
All Christians should know love, right? Not necessary. Now the goodness is, see, according to me, the goodness is not because of Jesus Christ, because of any other God which we say. Goodness is, I mean, beneath ourselves. You cannot say because of Christ we know love. It's beneath ourselves.
In that,
Goodness cannot be.
in that, please. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're going back, muddling things up again. Let me
No,
ask
no, no,
something,
no.
please. I'm going to ask something, but once we agree, we need to stick to that.
Go ahead.
Are you able to define good?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So you are saying you are able to define good. Let's get that definition also here. Please go ahead.
What is good according to me?
No, I'm asking you to define. It's not according to you, according to me. That's not how definitions work. Are you able to define?
Good. Good is something which everyone cherishes. Bad is evil part. Good is something which everyone cherishes, which you like, which I like, which your father like, which your mother like. Good is that. And not, you cannot say because which everyone cherishes, right? And there is a exclamation mark that if I'm doing something good to my mother and because harming anyone by harming anyone, that cannot be say good. I can say good is when I don't harm anyone and it's, and it, I don't have to harm anyone, right? To cherish someone.
So
Are
this
you
is
getting
your
my point?
definition. So your definition of good is based on based on an election process. You ask everyone to come and vote. What does everyone cherish? And now we'll define what good. Is that your how you're going to define what good is?
No, no. How can I say to vote? I mean, sorry, I don't got your point on that.
So please look at the screen I have in front of you.
Good.
I asked you to define what good is. You said good is something that everyone cherishes, is what you said.
Everyone, not everyone to whom you are doing good to, but not harming anyone else.
So your definition is something that everyone cherishes.
Everyone, the person you are doing good to, that if I'm doing good to my wife, something you are doing, how can I define good? Yeah. Now
Exactly.
you are
You're struggling already.
because good is good keeps on defining on every occasion. I mean, if I'm doing good to my wife by harming anyone else, that cannot be good to her, right? You don't have to do bad to anyone else by doing good to your wife, by good to your son, by good to
In the
good.
budget, I'll
Good is
ask.
something good.
Let's be honest. Do you know the definition of good or not?
No, I don't know. Sorry,
That's the
I don't know
simple
because it's
reality.
I
That's the
don't know
simple
because
reality. We
good
cannot
keeps on.
define what good is without God. We simply can't. We
That's
simply
right.
can't.
That comes because there your sanskar comes around you because what you are taught when you are growing up, that's where you define good is. You cannot say, because see, a thief is doing his work. That can be good to him because he's been taught to do so, right? Are you getting a point?
No, no,
No, I'm not getting a point. Okay.
no. I
Following
am
instance,
understanding your English statement. I just think you are wrong. Of course, your ideas are consistent with Hinduism, but they are wrong. A thief is not doing.
yeah, don't bring religion. I'm not at all bringing. I'm just being human.
No. You're not. You clear in the budget. Whether you like it or not, your ideas, what you just presented, is a
So that
Hindu.
means that means every Christian in the world is a. I mean, he is the best person on the planet. When you bring up the religion, when you bring up the religion.
Please listen to me. What I'm saying is I'm aware of the various strands of Hindu ideas, and what you are defining right now is duty. This is your duty, you do, and you are defining, performing duty to be good because that's what you've heard. And so according to you, a thief,
Absolutely right.
being a thief is good. And I'm saying no, that can't be the definition of good. And so
You've
anyway,
been
we run out of time in the very simply. I'm going to say this very simply.
Go ahead.
Morality comes from God. Without knowing who true God is, you can't define what good is. Without knowing who true God is, and that is where I earlier commented to our lovely friend Nitish that without a verifiable revelation of the supernatural, we are simply wasting our time.
Now comes to supernatural point. That was the point number two, which you talk about. Which you're talking to Nitish, right? Supernatural thing.
That is the very important point I want to present to you. Without a verifiable supernatural revelation, we're wasting our time. Hindus, and this is why, in my mind, I don't know whether to cry or to be amused, but wasting time with a religion which clearly doesn't have a supernatural component is fooling ourselves.
No, Arul,
Where,
you are mistaken. You are wrong on this part because religions come afterwards. First, you have to be human. You have to understand what is good and what is right, what is wrong. You cannot say Hinduism is wrong and Christianity is
in the,
superior than
no, please.
Hinduism is not
I'm
at all a
saying,
part of
I'm
Bible.
saying something. I'm saying something which everyone on planet Earth can agree on if they think through this carefully.
Go
Everyone can
ahead.
agree on.
Go
There
ahead.
are plenty of people who claim to be God. Plenty.
Right.
If
Absolutely.
we take everyone seriously, we'd be delusional.
Right.
There are crooks, there are scoundrels, all sorts of people who claim to be God. Just because someone claims to
Absolutely.
be God, we can't take them seriously. And
Absolutely right.
so we need to have an objective way of finding out if something or if someone is really verifiably God. And
Right.
that
Absolutely.
objective way is to say, is there a verifiable revelation of the supernatural in that person or in that claim? A verifiable revelation of the supernatural. This is something all human beings can agree on if we think about this carefully.
Right. Right on this. Right on this. But
And
you
that
do
is what
do you
I'm
remember?
saying. Do you think we have 1 more minute of our gracious extra time in the? It was lovely speaking to you, but we just have 1 more minute. Please bear
Go
with me
ahead.
on this. Please, I'm going to ask one last question. I'll wrap up there. So you agree that we clearly can't believe in everything and everyone just because they claim to be God or of God. We agree on this, and therefore we say, look, we need a verifiable revelation of the supernatural. I'm going to ask you this: in your version of Hinduism, of course, Hinduism is not one religion, all sorts of ideas today, which is together.
Hinduism not Hinduism is not at all a religion.
In your idea of your religion, do you have a verifiable revelation of God?
Uh, of course, we have so many of them. But why to say, why when was Jesus born?
Please don't talk about Jesus. I'm
No,
asking
no, no,
you.
no, no, no,
In
no.
your
Okay. Simple.
strand of Hinduism, please.
Go ahead.
In your
Yeah, go ahead.
strand of Hinduism, do you have a verifiable revelation of God?
Arul, listen.
I
Very
listen.
fine.
Oh,
No, 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 no.
I'm
You
not
are
perfect.
asking.
I can't say I'm perfect, but I always try to listen. And when people aren't making sense, I interject and I make. Please, do you have? It's a simple question. Please stay focused. In your strand of religion, do you have any verifiable revelation of God?
Yeah, Gita is the revelation which Krishna says,
Verifiable.
I am the God.
Verifiable. Anyone can claim anything.
Verified.
You have a verifiable revelation of God.
Arul, in the same manner which you cannot, uh, Jesus doesn't exist right
Don't
now.
talk about Jesus. Please don't. Do you have?
Okay,
If you
then
don't
great.
have, you don't have. That's it.
How can you say, I don't have anything right now. I don't have.
Sure.
Rather, on this,
When you come
on
in,
this planet Earth,
it was a lovely conversation today. But if you don't have, I don't want you to just, throw a slur at someone else. Let's for a moment say we are keeping Jesus away from the discussion because we
that's
don't.
good. That's good. That's good.
It's not good. It's not good. Jesus is the
No, no, no,
only
no, no.
God. If we
Jesus,
in the
Jesus
so
was a
and so
messenger of God.
next time when you come, please bring this. This is important. If you
Just
have
one
a
question.
verifiable
Just,
revelation of God, please bring.
just one question. Just one question to you. Answer this, and everything will be real wrap up. Okay. Just one small a second of yours. Before Jesus was born, was someone living on this planet Earth or not?
Born where?
On this planet Earth, when Jesus was born, before Jesus was born,
In this world.
were
Yeah,
in this world, were humans alive or not?
yeah.
So, do you remember the first time I talked about it? And the same question I asked you was, before Jesus was born, which God people preach?
Here's where you are clearly you don't know about the Bible. Many people have this same idea. Jesus is the eternal God. He came into the world at a particular time,
Mhm.
but he was the eternal God. He was always there. There's no other
He was
God
always.
before him, no other God besides
So
him.
why do you talk about Jesus all the time? It could be, if he was the messenger of God, right? You cannot say Jesus is God. Jesus was a messenger of God.
Please listen to me carefully. I'll repeat. Jesus is God.
Jesus is God. I do believe Jesus is God. Jesus could be messenger of God.
No, no,
How can
no.
you say Jesus?
You know, Inder, you
How can
know,
you define? How can you define Jesus as a God because he's a male, right? Do
Inder,
you believe
wasting,
God is a male?
you're wasting. And look, look. This is someone who doesn't know philosophy, trying to conduct an examination of a philosophy of the very father of philosophy. It doesn't work like that.
No, no, I'm not at all. No.
You and I don't get to decide who becomes God, who doesn't become God. We can only
Of
observe.
course.
We can only observe.
Right.
Jesus died, came back
Absolutely.
alive. Through this, we have verifiable evidence he is God. There is no one else apart from him. When you come back, please try and see if you are able to present anything as a verifiable revelation of God in
No,
your
no, because
standard religion. If you
no, there is.
cannot, you need to leave and come to Jesus. That's going to be my simple commendation.
Thank you, Arul. Thank you so
In there, it
much.
was lovely speaking to you.
Thank you, brother.
God's blessings. Yeah, thank you. Thank you much. We have a couple of more people. While we try to get them on stage, please, if you haven't liked the stream, like the live stream, please like, so many people can benefit from our conversations. Thank you. Joe, who's next? Hello, Gavit.
Hi,
How are we doing?
can you hear me? Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, by God says okay.
Hi.
So to tell me, what's your worldview, Gamit?
Yeah, before that, actually, I'm a great fan of you. I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube about you talking about the, and I just got viral video onto me, and then I just went to. I didn't expect I was the next one. I just opened to know what actually going on. So,
Sure.
anyways, I had things in my mind. Actually, I'm a Christian. I mean, a person who follows Jesus, but actually, I'm born in a Christian family and everything and happened. But my problem with Christianity is now this is like Judeo-Christian, that is actually Christianity right now. So, but what I eventually understand is Judeo-Christianity is actually wrong, and actually Jesus was not teaching about the Old Testament's God, Yahweh. You understand what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So the Father he was mentioning, Jesus was mentioning.
Yeah.
So I will put it in simple. The Father Jesus was mentioning is not Yahweh. That's what I am saying. So problem is, the people thinks it's Yahweh, and everything Yahweh as did becomes Jesus' word. Am I wrong?
You
That's
are. You are.
actually that's what's happening here, right? So when I read the Bible, suddenly I realizes that the Jesus was teaching a father, which is very kind, very the definition of love. But when you read the Old Testaments, it's just same as in Islamic God.
Oh,
It
wow.
kills. It will tell people to stone the people. It doesn't allow anything. They will ask to for a war. Is a war god. That's the definition of Yahweh in the Old Testament. So that's the problem I'm actually facing, like how to make this both world works.
Sure.
Difficult.
Let me bring up my notepad here.
Yeah.
So let's get this. I mean, of course, we will try and spend 15 minutes. Let's see.
Yeah, sure.
So um, your problem is that
Yeah,
uh,
Yahweh is like
Yahweh
Allah. That's what
cannot be
he's like
the
Allah. It's like that's what I
Father
can say that.
of Jesus, and the
Mm.
reason is because Yahweh is
This,
like the Islamic Allah.
yep.
Um, okay, and and the evidence you have that Yahweh is like the Islamic Allah is because Yahweh is engaged in war.
Yeah, is
Yeah.
war God. That's what I'm saying. So it will be like the rules will be same as what Allah was trying to
When you say
say.
war God, what do you mean?
War God means for the Israelis have to go through different countries, so they have to attack and they have to implement new rules based on war to survive. So then it implies like to take the uh, um, slaves and so on, sort of things. So that's what I'm saying.
Uh, but you use the term war God. Do you mean he only takes care of war, or is it?
Yeah. So what I mean is, uh, it's technically it's based on a historical data saying that the Yahweh God's name is related to this war. So that's why I implement that.
No. Don't bring in. So this is
Okay.
where
So that's why
you're
I'm leaving that. That's why I'm not.
you are complicating the conversation right
Yeah. I
now.
understand. So
I,
I'm
I
only saying
understand
my
there
own
are
perspective.
I understand there are atheists who
Hmm.
are deluded, and
Mm-hmm.
who are deluded, who suggest some particular ideas
Mm.
which are thoroughly debunkable if they
Yeah.
showed up in one of our streams or if I had a conversation with them. But
Okay.
so far, some of the arguments are surviving among atheist circles purely because they are in safe zone. They're not
Mm.
debating with a Christian.
Mhm.
But that's a I like, we normally spend about 15 minutes, so I want to focus. So ignore the war god.
Yeah, I'm only adapting the name because in my also point of view, it is actually that's what happened.
Sure. And therefore, I'd like to focus on what you are aware of. So you said, and I'm going to ask a specific question to you. Please, focus.
Sure.
Specific question, which is
Sure.
you said Yahweh wanted to attack many nations as Israel
Survive. Survival.
went to Canaan. Which nation did Yahweh wanted to attack?
Basically, they have attacked many. So if I want to take all the names, and I can give you now.
Please.
But I would like to focus on a particular statement of Deuteronomy 21, 18 to 21, which is about a stoning. So I'm not talking about the countries went to the war, about the particular law he implemented. I mean, this is like, what is this same as Allah? That's how it's equally same kind of God. That's what I'm saying. So
Hamid,
can you look at?
Hamid, please. If you don't focus on the detail, you will arrive at wrong conclusions.
Okay.
If you focus merely on a very cosmetic idea, you will arrive at a wrong conclusion.
Okay.
Does God of the Bible deal with wars? He does. He is going to even be engaged in a tremendous war in the future called Armageddon in Megiddo. This is not a surprise for anyone. This should not be a surprise. This is not just God of the Old Testament. This is God of the New Testament. Read the book of Revelation. You'll find that out.
Okay.
So, can God get involved in a war? He can. He can. If there are, for example, the British stopped Hitler in the Second World War. The Allies, British and the Americans, and the Indian army, and various other divisions that work with the British army, stopped Hitler and his nexus of evil in the Second World War. Were the British evil for stopping? No, they weren't. Just because they were engaged in a war, it does not mean they were evil. Who was evil was Hitler, and prevention of evil involved war, and the British were engaged in that war.
Okay.
So merely, if you merely say, look, if someone is involved in a war, he is terrible, then the British should be considered terrible. That would be an insane, unjustifiable, primitive idea. And this is where I want to, did God of the Bible, was God of the Bible involved in wars? Yes, he was.
So
Islamic involved in wars? Yes, he was. Does that mean they are both equally good or equally bad? No. If we merely because both were involved in wars, if we think they are equally bad, then British would be as bad as Hitler because both were involved in wars.
So the point is we need to check the details.
Exactly, and that is where
that's why I brought this verse.
That is where I asked the question. Yahweh wanted to. You said Yahweh wanted to attack many nations as Israel went to Canaan. Do you know which nations? Do you know?
1 Samuel 15:3. Now
which nation? Which nation?
Amalekites. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah.
Amalek.
So
okay.
Now go and attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. 1 Samuel 15:3.
Sure.
So I mean, that's just one example of war with war. Okay.
Yeah. Good. Now we need to find out who the Hitler is and who the British army is in this situation.
Yeah. Before just a second, that's if you mentioned about war can be involved based on this logic. So that's what I'm saying. How different is Allah? I mean, he is also part of this war. He
Gamit,
have this kind
Gamit,
of
Gamit, Gamit,
words,
Gamit,
and they
Gamit,
can say that
Gamit,
this is.
Gamit, 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 Gamit. We
Yeah.
went through this already.
Mm.
The British and the Germans, Hitler, Nazis,
Mm.
were involved in almost, almost the same set of wars.
Okay.
I say almost because sometimes the British weren't involved. Allies and let's say the Axis forces, they were both involved in wars.
Okay.
Same set of wars. Does that mean both are evil? No. No. If anyone thinks otherwise, they are deluded. They haven't got a clue. Hitler and the British army were polar opposites at that time. Hitler's army, Nazi army, wanted to wipe out people. The British army wanted to save people by preventing it, by stopping Hitler. For
Okay.
very different reasons, they were engaged in the same war, except of course on opposite
I
sides.
can understand that.
No,
But
you don't. Gamit, please.
yeah.
Just because both parties are involved in war, they can't be equated. You went back to the same point just a moment ago. Look, Yahweh was involved in war, Islamic Allah was involved in war, and therefore they are both bad. No. Show me. I want to find out if there is one place where my precious God was involved in an evil role in any war across history. You will not find. Every single time. Don't interject, please. Every single time, my God was involved in safeguarding people, nations, and that is the only reason he was involved in wars, and that is the only reason he will be involved in wars in the future. Islamic Allah, on the other hand, advances his religion through wars. In other words, Islamic Allah is the Hitler, and my God, my precious God, Jehovah, Jesus, is the allied forces. To say they are equal or comparable, to me, is insane. So please now go focus again. Amalek, you took one example. Focus on that. I want to find out if you know if Amalek was Hitler or the British army.
I can understand that.
Please don't.
Let me give me
please answer my question. Please answer my question, please.
Yeah.
Do you know if Amalek was the good side or the bad side?
I don't know.
Okay. When you don't know, don't say I understand.
Give me 5 seconds. Then only I can say that what my point is not about.
Gamit, please.
My point is not
Gamit, please.
It's in the second line.
Excuse me, Gamit, please.
Yeah.
If you want to rant on, I won't be interested. If you want to get to the bottom of the truth, I am interested.
The bottom of the truth is the next line.
Gamit. If you want to rant on, I am really not interested. I do not put up with nonsense. You might have seen my videos. I do not. I'm going to come here. I asked a question. You suggested Yahweh is a war god.
Yeah.
I asked you why you were calling him a war god.
You are not giving time.
Okay, this is weird. Okay, I'll give you all the time in the world right now.
You 5 seconds. Didn't give 5 seconds.
I'll give you all the time in the world. We'll just focus on one claim right now. Tell me why you. Excuse me. Don't speak. Tell me what. Don't speak, my dear friend.
Okay.
Tell me. You said Yahweh is war god. Justify this, please. You will be given the entire rest of the time. I'll remove the further conversation question I raised. Stay focused on this. Demonstrate Yahweh is a war god. A war god means a specific thing. Demonstrate Yahweh is that.
Can I now?
Go ahead.
So Amakel is like, if I imagine Amakel is like Hitler you mentioned. So I can understand from that point. But the problem lies behind. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants. cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. The children and infants need to be killed is not like a British went to attack a Hitler. That's the
Gamit,
problem I'm saying.
excuse me, Gamit.
Yeah.
Either you are clueless. Do you understand the phrase war god? It's a specific, specialized phrase. Do you understand what it means, or you don't understand?
I
What does
might not understand the way you
Sure.
understand, but I think something.
Wait. Excuse me. If you don't understand, just say you don't understand. Don't say I don't.
I understand, but actually, this is what I understand.
Yeah, explain. War god means a specific thing. Do you know what it means or not?
I know.
Okay, you know. This is what you're claiming. You know
Yeah.
what it means. So
Yeah.
now focus on that. The details you gave from Amalek is irrelevant and doesn't justify this. So focus on what details you want to present to justify why you call Jehovah a war god. If you don't know what a war god means, just tell me you don't know. That's fine.
War god for me is a god that tells its people to attack a nation and gather its things as their possessions. It is okay to kill anything to fulfill their needs. That's what war gods I mean.
Excuse me. Okay, fine. A god that tells his people to attack a nation and gather its possession is a war god for you.
Yes.
Okay. My dear Gamit, I really think you need proper learning before you arrive at conclusions. My dear friend, don't give in to brainwashing delusion from atheists before even knowing what they are saying.
I'm not.
Don't give in. This is not what a war god means.
No.
Just because some god says attack a nation and gather its possession, it becomes a war god. You are delusional. This is not a war god means. It doesn't. Please study, and I can understand you might have heard somewhere that someone claimed that Yahweh is a war god. I completely understand if you've heard that, but that means a very different thing. Maybe you didn't pay attention to what the claim was.
I'm not talking about there. I'm just saying about the Bible, what is written.
Gamit, please don't confuse me. You use the word war god, it's a special term.
Yeah, this is war. Attack the Amalekites. This is a war, including what?
It's not Amalekites, it is Amalek.
Yeah.
Amalekites. If you haven't even read enough to know the name properly, my dear friend, it's not time to make judgment. It's not. You're really not. If you haven't had the time to. So, I'll ignore the claim of the war god because I can clearly see you haven't got a clue about what it means. So now you see why I'm ignoring it. I didn't ask a question and then leave without giving you time. I asked and I understood you're clueless, and therefore I'm leaving that question. Now I can go to this question, Amalek, and I'm going to ask this question again. Do you know? I'll write the question now here because you seem to have a habit of accusing. Do you know about Amalek or not? Simple question to ask. Do you know or not?
I don't know.
Okay. So here's a clueless man who has problems and wants to speak a lot over when he doesn't know. He doesn't know what a war god means. He doesn't know about Amalek. He doesn't even know the name Amalek properly. He calls him Amalekites or whatever. Not a good idea, my dear friend. Really not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know Amalek. Okay, but I know children and infants. That's what the point. Actually, the point is. That's the point.
So
All point I'm saying. Children and infants.
Excuse me. Whether you like it or not, when you come to the stream, I evaluate you holistically.
Okay.
And who I am speaking to in my evaluation is a clueless man who hears and understands partially things that people say without even reading for himself and understanding what is being said, and wants to say that he has a problem with this God. That's
You
who I'm
can
speaking to
give
right
the
now.
answer. You can give
That's
the answer
who
if
I
you
am
know.
speaking. That's who I'm. Please don't be defensive right now. I'm just trying to help you understand that you are deciding when you don't know. That's not a good idea. First, please get to terms with that. Now, if you want to speak about Amalek, at least we know you don't know who Amalek is. That much we don't know. We do know. You don't know who Amalek is. Therefore, you won't have a clue about the war itself. You won't have a clue. And your particular focus, so I'll write this down here just so you don't argue with me needlessly on that. So you don't know. Okay, you do not know. Okay, fine. Now your problem is only with the treatment. Treatment of, is it only children you're worried
And
about?
infants,
Yeah, infants. Only worried about infants? Is that the only thing you're worried about?
children and infants.
Okay, fine. Children and infants. Okay. Are these the only thing you're worried about?
Yeah, I only need to worry
Don't
about them.
do too much. Are these the only thing you're worried about?
Yes.
What better idea have you got? The parents are going to be gone. What would you do with the children?
I don't know.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask again. Okay, maybe I'll type that in here because you. Okay. What plan do you have for these children for when their parents are gone? What plans have you got? Please.
He asked me what judgment I can give to the children who is not with their parents. So I could say it's not definitely killing.
Excuse me, my dear friend.
Yeah.
What plan? Do you see the question in front of you?
Yeah, the plan for the I'm saying I'm just not killing them, but I try to send them away. It depends on them to leave or not.
Sure. Send the children away is excellent, Gambit's marvelous idea. Away where? It's up to them. Well, let me finish. Sorry, it's up to them to live or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say live or leave? So send them where? Send the children where?
Leave them alone, at least.
Where?
You said I don't know about Amalek, right? So actually, in that context,
don't be defensive. Don't look. If you walk on a gamut, I will not. Excuse me. Look. I'm asking. Don't tell me what I said, what I didn't say. Do you have a plan? Leave them is your plan. Yeah.
Yeah, leave them is the plan.
Okay. So in other words, our excellent gamut, when he sees some children on the road somewhere, he will just leave them. That's it. That's marvelous. And I will look. If in my awareness, in a war zone, in my awareness, if you leave some children alone, I'll class you as an insane man.
Okay.
Totally useless. Excuse me, my dear friend. Totally useless. Utterly clueless. That's how I'll class you. If you find children in war zone, this excellent, marvelous gamut, he has wonderful ideas. He even has problems with God. He'll leave those children alone and he'll walk away in his own merry world. You think that is a marvelous idea, gamut? You won't have much regard in my mind at all. You will not. I'll give you one last chance. We have run out of time severely. We are on overtime. Gamut.
I think you can finish because the point I'm actually made was
Allah. You haven't made any point. You haven't made any.
different is this God. And if
Excuse me, please. Just because people have people have people have a mouth, it doesn't mean they can just speak. Please don't. There is something called meaningful contribution. I'm going to ask again. I'll give you one last chance, maybe 1 minute. I have rejected this. Don't repeat this. Rejected this. This is insane. In my mind, you will be. I'll be terrified to even live alongside you if this is what you would do. So I'm going to ask again. What plan have you got for the children of Amalek? Please unmute yourself and speak. But this is the last question. What plan? I'm highlighting the question. What plan have you got for the children of Amalek when their parents are gone?
I don't have. Is it
Sure.
okay? I don't have
Thank
a
you.
plan.
That's the honest reality. If you had said this right away, I would have respected you. If you had said
Thank
this
you.
right away, I would have respected you. When people
Yeah, fine.
merely to hold on to their desperate, merely because they are defensive, they don't want to come across as people who haven't thought through, when they enforce their silly ideas over and over again, I don't respect that. Now I respect you. You haven't got a plan. My friend, I'd like to comment to you, my God had the best plan. Had the best plan. In his mind, very
What
simply,
God? Yeah.
don't speak over, please. My God had the best plan. You haven't got a plan. And I completely understand there is no plan of leaving them behind. That would be insane. That will be a ridiculous man, with a ridiculous level of morality who would do that. The one true God who defines morality itself had a marvelous plan. And the plan was to take the children to himself. That was his plan. And that is what he did. When children die in biblical theology, when children die, they go to be with God forever. And that is the only good thing God saw, good possibility God saw, and that is what he required of that particular war. So, Gameth did not have a good idea. Yahweh proved himself to be a loving God, wanted the children to be with him. I don't like your smile, my dear friend. You can smile somewhere else. If you think that's fine. Smile. If this is who you are, my dear friend, people across the world are ridiculous. Many of these people are ridiculous. Some are honest and they are, follow all sorts of wrong religions. I can put up with. People who are honest just don't know they're following something. But people when they are dishonest, when they really are ridiculous in many, many different ways, when they enforce their view and more, and even smirk and smile, not interested. Gamit, thank you very much. It was I don't want to say it was a pleasure speaking to you. It was a pleasure speaking to you as a person, but to hear your content, I am more than saddened. Very, very much more than saddened. If you're honest in your inquiry, when you go through the Bible, you will find that God of the Old Testament is the same God as the God of the New Testament. Love is essential ingredient. God of the Bible is spectacular. And I'd like to commend him to anyone who sincerely seeks him. If you don't want to be sincere, I don't want to force anyone. Please smirk, please do whatever you want. I'm really not, I don't have any obligation, judgment is there, people can face. But if you want to begin to make sense, God of the Bible is absolutely phenomenal. Thank you. Joe, what's the deal we have?
Thank you.
Thank you much, Kamith. God's blessings.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. We have Sure. Lovely. We yeah, currently of course it's 8 o'clock. Couple of hours of conversation. My dear friends, I do you see what we do here. When people aren't I want people to be sensible, sincere, honest. And if you're sensible, sincere, and honest, you would find the one true God. And I comment that to Gamith, who joined just earlier. You could not provide an alternative which is any better than God. And I suggested to you that what God or the Bible did was the only good thing, which is to take the children back to Him. If anyone has a problem with this, they either don't know the details of what was going on there, or they don't care. They just have decided without inquiry and without needing to inquire. I comment to everyone very simply, across the Bible, across the Old Testament especially, and in the New Testament also, God of the Bible engages in some very, very let's say tough situations. And I can genuinely say, if we explore every single one of them, I would say God of the Bible did what I would like anyone sensible or good to do. If anyone did not do what God of the Bible did, I would consider them to be evil. Except God of the Bible was only more gracious, clearly being God, much more gracious, tremendously more gracious than a silly little human being like me. And so he is not just he not just took the right decisions, he also was extremely gracious when he took the right decisions. That is God of the Bible. Now we're waiting for non-Christians to join the stream. Brother Joe, I see Peace join again. Does he want to speak? Hello, Peace. How are you doing?
Are you able to hear me?
I'm Peace. Like last time, I'm able to hear you, but there's a little bit of an electronic noise. Not all the time, only when you speak. I don't know if I don't know if you can do any better with your microphone. Is there an alternative device that you have?
Maybe I'll try to get near my speakerphone or speak loudly if it's clear.
I mean, your voice is loud. That's no volume is not the problem. The problem is when you speak, there is also an associated noise. Only when you speak.
Okay, maybe I'm driving, maybe that's the background noise or something like that. That's getting
It's not background. It's purely electronic, from what I can see. I think it's just the device, doing something. So if you have another device, then one of the brothers actually. This is how we are able to hear you. I can hear you, but I don't want to make a mistake in answering something that you didn't ask or whatever. So that's why. If you have any alternative microphone or alternative device,
okay.
that'll be lovely. If you're able to join with that.
Continue. I will see what more is better now.
No, the same. Last time when we had a conversation was slightly better. Now it's worse. No, Peace. Are you able to? Do you have access to another device that you could use, laptop or mobile phone? Or if you're using,
There is still a background noise.
not background noise, but electronic disturbance as you speak.
Okay, you can continue. Maybe I'll try to find another option.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you much. Lovely. Okay. Now, is there any other non-Christian who wants to join the stream, we clearly have about a couple of more hours now. If there is any other non-Christian who wants to join the stream, it'll be marvelous to have a conversation. But while we wait for someone to join, let me make this position extremely clear. Let me make there are two major areas which you need to be clear about when you follow a particular worldview that represents God. Two, one is verifiable evidence for the revelation of the supernatural, and morality, which can be established to be marvelous through various spot checks. These two are the key areas we'd focus on when we say, look, this is why we think we are following the right God. Two key areas: verifiable evidence for the revelation of God. Verifiable evidence for the revelation of God, or when I say God, I mean something supernatural that is revealed and that is available for verification. And number two is morality. You first understand if something is a revelation, and verifiably a revelation based on evidence. And number two, you examine the morality that God lays out, and if you consider if that morality actually is demonstrably superior to your ideas of morality, that demonstrably wonderful, marvelous. So two important areas we have to deal with. I am a Christian because on number one, verifiable evidence for the revelation of the supernatural. God of the Bible is demonstrably God, both through the New Testament and through the Hebrew scripture, the Old Testament. Demonstrably God, verifiably, demonstrably God. That is one. And number two is his morality, as I understand or glean from history, as recorded in the Bible, is spectacular. No one so far in my awareness has arrived at any better definition of morality or any better understanding of morality than God of the Bible. So on both the counts, he wins hands down. If you think your worldview could seriously challenge God of the Bible, try. I comment to you, not. But if you think you have a worldview better than God of the Bible, better than that of God of the Bible, please, you're most welcome to join the stream and present any challenge. Who is the non-Christian who wants to join next? We're waiting for someone to join. If you are a non-Christian, you are most welcome to join the stream and find out if, apart from Jesus, apart from God of the Bible, there is anyone else who remotely has a claim to Godhood, apart from Jesus, apart from God of the Bible. Jesus, God of the Bible, perfectly understood, demonstrably God. If you think there is anyone else, please, you're most welcome to join the stream and help us understand. Peace is back. Hello, Peace. Peace, please unmute yourself and speak. Peace, please unmute yourself and speak. Please unmute yourself and speak. You're still muted. Okay.
The audio is better now.
The same story. Sorry.
Problem?
It's the same story. Not better. It's the same story. I'm really sorry. It'll be a struggle to engage in a conversation. But if you have one question to ask, perhaps you can type that in the private chat and ask also. We can go based on what you type, especially in the backstage. But the audio is still bad. I don't want to commit to a proper conversation and end up misunderstanding you just because we are unable to hear you properly.
I think it should be slightly better now.
Go ahead, please. I'm so tempted to say.
Let me give it.
No, not really, please. I can't even hear you now at all.
Okay.
Can't hear you at all.
Yeah, I changed the microphone now. Maybe it's better. It's switching because of my car audio. Hopefully it's better now.
Try using loudspeaker. Try using the speaker on your mobile phone instead of the. Sorry, try. I said speaker. Your input device is the problem, so speaker won't help. Microphone. I don't know. Are you using a headphone? If you're using a headphone, maybe remove the headphone. If you're not using a headphone, maybe try using a headphone. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I think I changed my headphone. Maybe it's better. If not, I can join after some time. No problem.
please.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Peace, for understanding. Apologies. I'd really like to have a conversation with you, please, but it's just the fact of not being able to hear you properly. Yeah, it could be the connection itself. Someone say, Brother Wisdom and Chaos says it could be the connection. If there is a Muslim who is watching, you're most welcome to join the stream. If you want to engage in a conversation about Islam, Peace is back. Let's see.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Probably the input is the problem from my side.
Now it's a lot better. Now is a lot better. Please go ahead. What did you want to say? Please,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, last time we got rat-holed into a different conversation. Okay, I had one more question. So I just want to understand, okay, Jesus is God, and we do, as a follower, as a true Christian. So just want to understand what's the definition. I wouldn't say a definition. Who is a good Christian, or what would be the set of ethics or set of what do we call day-to-day practices that we would define a good Christian, I would say. I mean, what would be the definition of a good Christian?
Well, if you okay, so from your perspective, now here is where I need to distinguish between God's perspective and your perspective. God measures things in a different way, and you may measure things. Human beings might measure things in a different way. If your question is what would, from a human perspective, makes someone a better Christian? I'd say someone who is closer to the pattern of life that Jesus himself lived. A Christian by definition is a disciple of Jesus, a disciple of the Lord Jesus. Someone who, a student is a good student if he is close enough to the teacher.
Okay.
That's what a good student is. So, and essentially the very definition of a Christian is to be a student of Jesus. So the better one is the one who is closer to Jesus in terms of the pattern of behavior of Jesus. That's from your perspective, but from a deeper theological perspective, to a Christian, it's a slightly different answer. Actually, I would say, yeah, it's a slightly different answer, but I would perhaps not get into that. God measures who is good, who is better in a different way. Now, having said that, to you again, there is a list of things that you can look for. Just to, you said ethics, ethics, there's a list of things that Jesus himself has given, in the New Testament. We have a list of things that we can use, but again, it operates in a complex environment. So it's not as simple as, you have the list, that sort of stuff. The list is what is called the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness, self-control. 9 specific aspects. I'll type them here just for awareness for everyone. So how to ethics that cover that demonstrates to be a good Christian. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. These 9, aspects that you can look for in a Christian. But again, it operates in a complex environment. And so I would simply say to you, Peace, very simply, someone who mimics Jesus better is for you, for someone who is not a Christian, is a good indicator for whether someone is a Christian or not.
Okay, the reason why I asked this question was I also heard in your previous podcast about Roman Catholicism and various other forms of, sects of Christianity. I think everybody follows Jesus. I mean, everybody looks up to Jesus. Everybody considers Jesus as a God. Yes, there may be nuances, there may be differences. And I also know from where I come from, there are a lot of people who converted into Christianity. And once you enter the world of Christianity, maybe they joined Roman Catholicism, I think, or even Mother Teresa, I believe, was a Catholic, various other guys. So I was still wondering because everybody looks up to Jesus and everybody considers him as a God in all these sects of Christianity. But still, what would differentiate one over the other? Maybe there are nuances in their practices. Maybe it's the way they'll consider only one part of the preaching and ignore the rest, because that totality of what constitutes which form of Christianity is the best form. I saw there was some debate in your previous podcast about that.
Sure.
Roman Catholicism as a political wing of Christianity and things like that. So that was my basic question. What are the traits of that good Christian? Because if I consider even Teresa is probably a good Christian, but from your point of view, because she was a Roman Catholic, if I'm wrong or right, would she fall under that kind of a bracket? Just taking an example there.
Yeah, and this is where, like I said, this is where I really wanted to distinguish, what might appear to you versus what might appear to, someone who understands Christian theology properly. Um, you know, even a crook might come across as a nobleman in a brief interaction. I'm assuming you'd appreciate this, and this is where it's a very complex process, and this is where God has a sophisticated system with which He evaluates people. It's and you may think someone is a good Christian, and God may think no, he's not a Christian at all. And yeah, in relation to your comment about Roman Catholicism, I can just offer a simple clarity, but that might not be useful to you again, because that's not the perspective. That's not your worldview. So you may not know the details, and therefore may not appreciate. A Roman Catholic will not be actively a disciple of Jesus, and that is important to understand. A Roman Catholic will not be actively a student of Jesus. A student of Jesus who is someone who sits at the feet of Jesus, learns from him, and learns life lessons and walks with him with the life lessons. So it's a dynamic relationship of a teacher and a student. If you understand
So,
anything about how Roman Catholicism works, it's a very different field. It's a very different field.
what is your view of the Pope? I mean, I'm outside of the boundary of Christianity, right? Pope is like revered by millions and by every political heads of Christianity. So what is your view of the Pope who heads the Vatican?
Pope is not a Christian. Pope can claim to be a Christian, but when someone understands the biblical theology properly, Pope is not a Christian. It's very simple. It's very simple.
Okay.
But like I said earlier, you might not be able to appreciate because you might not be aware of the inner working. Like I said, some of the most terrible people on planet Earth, if you meet them only over maybe 10 hours of 10 5 half an hour interactions, you may think they are noble people. It'll be hard to find out what is in the depth of a person's heart. It'll be hard. A genuine Christian is someone who puts his hands up and says, look, I am incapable. I've tried my best. I'm incapable. I can't. I am a mess. I can't. Put my hands up. I don't want to, even, give an impression that I am a good person. I simply am not. I'm really not.
So what population or what percentage of population really follows the philosophy of Christianity you preach? I mean, what is the count? I mean, I know Roman Catholicism has a certain population. Overall, I think there are 2 billion Christians, if I put in a broad bracket, compared to Muslims, I don't know, whatever, 3 billion or whatever. So how many, what percentage of Christianity, or what is the count of Christian that follows your, what do we say, stream, or your
It's not my stream. I'm
teachings?
talking about what Jesus preached. You can read the Bible for yourself, and you can understand who would be a Christian according to the teachings which are there. So it's not up to. I'm not talking about my personal take on this. But if you ask me for numbers, I really wouldn't know. I know the true Christians who I relate to. I know, well, these guys are true Christians. I know. But I haven't met everyone on planet Earth. I don't know what their dispositions are. You can't simply say, well, someone is a Christian merely because he is part of a particular church. Clearly, many institutions I can blanket reject. But among those who I don't reject, I can't simply say, oh, because if there are 10 members here, all 10 are Christian. I can't. I need to see each and every one. So it'll be hard for me to say. But that's where maybe it's not so relevant to you. Why are you asking these questions, please? How is this relevant to you?
No, because I just heard a couple of your podcasts. I did hear, yeah, your strong views on Roman Catholicism, and I think some Eastern, whatever. Yeah, I forgot the word, but Eastern, something you were telling last time. And there was also Protestants, as I know from where I come from. There are Protestant Syrian Christians, and when I was I visited Jerusalem, I saw there were so many. Every corner of that Holy Trinity Church had a different, uh, what do we say, sect of Christianity there from Africa and a whole lot of things. So I was really wondering, and I heard your views about a certain thing. So I was really thinking of this whole sect of Christianity, what percentage that you tell forms the true Christianity, right? You follow the holy, I mean, Bible in its purity, pure form. I think that's what I heard in your last conversation. I was just looking because how much in the whole Christian population really follows this true to what Bible was written in its original form.
I don't have an answer. I don't have a number. I haven't. No, for me to be able to respond to that, I need to know people personally. I don't know. God knows I don't know. And so I know how to identify. If I speak to someone, I know I'd be able to establish if someone is a sincere Christian or not. But yeah, having said that, you have to be a Christian. You have to be a Christian. Piece. So what is prevent? So we established. So earlier we were talking about definition of love. Or earlier we were talking about. Yeah, actually, we were talking about definition of love. You were talking about how animals are equal to men and that sort of stuff. In Jesus alone, we have a verifiable revelation of God.
Yeah, if you were to ask me a question, why I am not or what would turn me into a Christian, or what, why I am not a Christian, I think the answer lies in that first question I'd asked. I mean, I don't want to rake up that debate if it's a thing. For me, from my faith, I would place human and animals on the same plane. I That is the fundamental of my forget. Even though I may or may not follow God in its entirety of whatever my religion is, but I do believe in that fundamental, what do we call, equality of life. I believe every living being is a creation of God, and I believe everybody has to be treated in the same way. I may not wholly believe in the complete philosophy of my religion, but these are some of the fundamental beliefs of my whatever religion I would consider to be. And that I think is a conflict when I hear when you say Bible would place human above, and you wouldn't bother about what would be the what do we say, the kind of terrible life the animals lead just because they have to be satisfied by the human whatever uh, things. So I believe those are the fundamental differences. If you were to say why I wouldn't become a Christian, I have to resolve these fundamental what do we say, philosophy of
Perfect.
life.
Can I, please? It was lovely speaking to you. We have run out of time right
Yeah,
now, and there's someone
yeah.
else waiting. But can I please suggest this? Let's begin with that next time you are able to join. Let's begin with that.
Yeah.
I'd like to be, so your sticking point is you view animals on the same level as human beings, and you can't accept a worldview which doesn't do that to be valid. And so let's begin there next time you join. And let's open with a specific challenge in relation to that. I genuinely think this is essentially putting the cart in front of the horse, and not letting the horse lead the cart. But I don't want to right now, oh, the other gentleman seems to have left. I don't know if there's a temporary connection issue. There was a gentleman who was waiting. Opel Richard, I think, was waiting. Or Richard is back. So let's begin with that piece. I don't know how much time you've got, but if you want to stay around, we can start there. But let's leave this conversation where at this stage, because the time is up, and we'll pick it up from there. Is that fine?
Yeah, today I was on a long drive, so I heard your whole podcast. So it was a great conversation and debates, even the previous 2-3 ones. Yes, maybe I will join next time. Have a nice evening.
Please, if you're able to come back later today, that's lovely also. But if it has to be some other Thursday, and remember, it's all Thursdays. Thursday, 6 to 10 p.m. London time. If you want to come again another day, that's fine also. But please remind us, this is where we'd like to start. This is your sticking point. Let's start there, so we can make some tangible progress. But it was a pleasure speaking to you today.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. And remember, please, if you are still around, remember the configuration of your microphone. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's... yeah, please remember this. This is much better. Well, what I think first conversation was also like this. Not perfect. There's still some issues, but at least manageable. Yeah, please remember.
I'm in my car, so I was using Bluetooth. Maybe one was not fully charged, and when I switched to my car microphone, it's slightly better. There may be still some background noise.
Sure. Okay, lovely speaking to you. Peace. God's blessings.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Joe, let's get Richard. Is it? Hello, Richard. Please unmute yourself, Richard, and speak.
Oops, I am sorry. Hello, how are you? God bless you.
Yeah, good to see you again. By God's grace, I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I keep reading the Bible. So as you told me last time, I don't know if you remember me.
I remember you perfectly. Just the others might not. So let me. Many might remember, but I'll just to make sure everyone is on the same page. Richard is with us from France, and he is exploring Christianity. He's almost a Christian, or maybe a Christian only.
I am.
You are a Christian, but he is exploring. He is studying the Bible in detail to make sure, he's able to be happy about every detail. And we've had a couple of conversations in the past about some specific detail. I think the first one we had was about slavery a long time ago.
Yeah, the first one was slavery, and the second one was Genesis.
Genesis chronology, the Genesis 1 verses 2. Lovely. Okay, that's Richard. Okay, Richard, please go ahead. What did you want to talk about?
So you told me give up a little bit the Old Testament and go on the new one. So I did. So my first question is about one. So I don't know how you pronounce that in English. Corinthians. Chapter 14, verse 34. I don't understand why a woman has to shut up in the church.
Please repeat. Did you say you don't know why women have to be
to remain quiet in the church?
Remain quiet in the church. Okay.
What's the reason?
Okay, so this is 1 Corinthians 14.
14 verse 34, 35.
Sure. And so before I respond, what problem do you see? How do you see the problem? Or what is your take of the problem?
It's a shame. It's a shame for women to speak in the church. This is my problem. Why would it be a shame for a woman and not for a man?
Sure.
Why is not permitted to them to speak?
Sure. Okay. Now, lovely. So essentially,
I'm not
your
putting you
problem
on the
is not.
spot. It's just my.
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're not. I'm just trying to understand.
Whatever.
You're not putting me on the spot. I'm just trying to know people. Sometimes I might clarify something which may not be the problem a person might hold, and so I'm just trying to make sure I understand exactly what you see as the problem, so I can address that in particular. Now, if the concern is that, hey, can't women speak at all in the church?
Yes.
The response to that concern is no, that's clearly not the case. In the wider context, that's not the case, and that is not what this statement means.
Okay.
Which would be well understood in the wider context of the New Testament. Very simply, of course, this is Paul who is writing, who is a disciple and apostle of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Jesus himself had women who followed him, who were with him.
Absolutely, I agree. But for me, there is no. This is why I feel like stumbling in the New Testament, because I know Jesus. I mean, the first person who saw the Jesus resuscitated was Maria Magdalena. So there is no issues for the women in the New Testament. This is why when I read those two verses, I am confused.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm just trying to, maybe I'll bring the editor up just to make sure others would also benefit from what we're talking about here. So if I could, I want to just, Jesus had women with him in his own team.
Absolutely.
Number two, Paul, in this case, of course, it is Apostle Paul. Apostle Paul himself had women with him in his own team.
Absolutely.
And number three is there are clear Paul. Maybe I'll stay specific to Apostle Paul. Apostle Paul explicitly acknowledges prominent roles that women held in the churches that he had planted or he was familiar with. So all these points are important. Women had a part to play. Women had a significant part to play. Women can be, for example, evangelists. Women can be prophets. There are significant even official parts to play in a church.
Yeah, I do agree. If I remember, in Acts is telling how would it be in English? Your son and your daughter shall prophesy, and they will have visions and blah 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 and so on.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So absolutely. So very simply, in the context of knowing the rest of the Bible, what Paul is not saying is not that no woman can open her mouth at all. That's clearly something he is not saying. He could not be saying. He could not be. Come again?
In the church.
Even in the church, there are roles that women do, including, for example, if you're a prophet in a church, of course you would prophesy, for which you need to open your mouth. If you have a gift of a tongue or something, or a gift of an interpretation of a tongue, which women can have,
of course,
you open your mouth, and therefore, and Paul himself actually, for first time, articulates some of these points very clearly, and therefore he can't be negating what he himself was saying. And so the point very simply is, clearly in the context of the rest of the New Testament and rest of the writings of Apostle Paul, this could only be understood as as sort of quote unquote empty speech, which anyway is not encouraged in the church. Merely just you can imagine how when people come together, they can meaninglessly just talk about some stuff. For example, the church was not meant to be when I say church, when Christians come together to have fellowship, that was not meant to be time for an empty chatter. And so in the all official, all recognized, spiritually significant work was perfectly permissible in the church. There are some roles that women cannot take.
Yes, but it's written they are commanded to be under obedience, as also said the law. What's the law is saying?
Well, very simply, in terms of leadership roles. So if you go to the Torah, in the Torah, you could be a woman can be a prophet, a woman can be a woman can especially be a prophet, but a woman cannot be a priest, for instance. Neither can a woman be an elder.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, very simply, very simply. Even though men and women are intrinsically equal, and this is why, if you watch some of my videos where I challenge Muslims, I'd be very clear on my wording.
Yes.
Men and women are intrinsically equal before God. God sees men and women in slightly different ways.
Absolutely.
Therefore, they take different roles. Some roles, for example, when it comes to loving children, God puts women, the mother, as the best. And this is why the Bible says, even if a mother forgets a child, it doesn't say even if a father forgets a child.
Okay.
So clearly, for example, when it comes to motherhood, or when it comes to parenthood, the Bible sees the mother to be better in terms of demonstrating consistently her love, even as compared to the father. So the Bible sees roles differently between men and women. And according to that, for example, in a family, the father is the head of the family. The husband is the head of the family. The father is the head of the family. The mother isn't head of the family. The mother is a helper comparable to the father. It's almost like the mother is a PA or something, like a helper, someone who works hand in hand with the father, but the father is the main guy, who sets the agenda and that sort of stuff. In consultation with the mother, when the father is good, So really, the Bible sees the roles differently. The Bible, in other words, I don't want to give an illusion that according to the Bible, men and women can take up the same roles everywhere. No, that's not the case.
No, but they can be pastor. They can.
They can be pastor, you said?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, depending on women can teach women. The women can take care of women, but today no one is actually a proper pastor. Just to make sure we are both on the same page. I don't believe in the pastoral churches. These are not consistent with the pattern of the Bible. But if you consider if you're thinking about sort of an elder-like role, a shepherd-like role, an elder-like role, which is what most of these pastors today are taking. Their eldership is only for men. Eldership is not for women. So if you see women taking an eldership role, that is misguided. That's not meant to be. It's not meant to be like that. In the proper, in a proper functioning in Christian environment, that's not how it is meant to be.
Okay, so basically your answer for that specific verse is don't let your woman having useless chit chat in the church.
Yeah, exactly. So if there is chit chat and whatever, but maybe women are more prone in the, maybe that's why Paul is mentioning that there. But the point is, yes, if a point is, I can also mention one more thing, and this is, this is statistically something we find over and over again. There is a reason why historically we had men fight, for example, in war fronts, and women not fight. There's a reason why historically men were better suited for a particular set of professions, for example, particular set of jobs women weren't. Women were suited for another particular set of jobs where men weren't particularly suited. And so the point is, in terms of thinking through theology and confirming theology, especially through proper reasoning and thinking, God wants men to take the lead.
Yes, of course.
And but that is a significant function in the leadership of the church.
But
this is why eldership, oversight, and teaching doctrine to others, generally it should be men.
Okay, perfect.
Cool. So difference in roles, but without undermining value. This is why Paul himself actually somewhere, I can find that for you quickly if you like. Without undermining value, intrinsically both men and women are equal in value. Intrinsically,
I have no doubt about that.
Sure. Paul himself, just for completeness sake, for maybe for the benefit of someone else who is watching, Paul himself somewhere goes on to say that even men are born of women.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, clearly, even if you're a man and if you want to dominate, at least you know that your mother is a woman, and of course you'll have an affiliation to your mother, and therefore at least you'll have some inkling of an idea that you need to respect your women. And so men and women have to be respected intrinsically equally, but they have difference in roles. The difference in roles also has to be acknowledged. When we muddle that up, we make a mistake. When we muddle up equality in value, we make a mistake. On both sides, we can make a mistake.
Absolutely.
Sure. Lovely, Richard. What else? Anything else you had in mind?
No, thank you. I had something else about Luke, but this is too deep.
Sure. Actually, a brother mentions something here, which is also very important. Paul, I think, also goes on to say, women can teach children, for example. Women can teach young children. Women can teach younger women.
Yeah.
And so on. So that also, just to make sure everyone is on the same page. Lovely, Brother Richard. So if you did you want to stay around and ask the question on Luke separately later on, or did you want to come back some other day to ask?
I don't know if you have time now or.
I have Peace, who is also in the backstage now.
Okay, so I can come back another day.
Sure.
Because I want to check by myself, but when we go into Google, we find everything and nothing in the same time. So I prefer to ask to you directly.
Can I do something?
Yes.
Can I do something very quickly? Let's give 20 or 30 seconds to see if anyone else is going to join.
Okay.
If not, maybe you can ask your second question also, and we'll sort of do that also. I see my lovely friend who was here just before you, who joined second time just before you, is still around. He might want to come a third time around or something, but you have done only 15 minutes, so let's give 20 minutes. Non-Christians, if there is any other non-Christian who is waiting, who is eager to join, or maybe there's someone who's wanting to join. So okay, cool. There's apologies, Richard. There's someone else who's wanting.
No worries.
Sure. If you want to stick around for 15 minutes, that'll be lovely. But I still can't guarantee. So yeah,
I won't be here.
Sure, no problem. So please go ahead. Lovely meeting you. Lovely speaking to you today. Thank you very much. It's lovely to hear. I think I was thinking about you before the stream also. I'm really glad when I see people like you are earnestly studying and trying to ask questions and so on. So lovely speaking to you, Richard. Please come back. God's blessings.
God bless everybody in the chat. God bless Joe here, the moderator, and God bless you.
Absolutely. Amen. Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. One second. Actually, Joe is saying Nitish would join later, the other gentleman. But Joe, he has joined now. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Nitish is saying he'll talk after 30 minutes. Okay, Nitish, no problem. Okay, in that case, Richard, please go ahead. The gentleman who's joined is joining, is speaking after 30 minutes. He's saying, please go ahead. What was your question on, what was your comment or question on the book of Luke?
Okay. So while I was searching for this subject, I watched some people saying that when Jesus said, "Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they do," people said that this particular statement was added way later in the Luke, and is missing is in some all the how to say all the papers. So what's your opinion about that? If I remember correctly, it's not in the Codex Vaticanus and the Sinaiticus.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just give me 1 second. Let me get my. Just give me 1 second. So, Father, forgive them. Luke, which chapter is that? Sorry.
Luke 23, verse 34.
Luke 23, verse 34. Let's get it.
Which is a beautiful book, my preferred so far.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I didn't mention to you.
I don't know. I can tell you why, but
Luke is systematic. He's a typical,
yeah. Okay. So I'm not.
Yeah, he's like a historian documenting. You see, different kinds of people will be happy about the different gospels, but who knows? You may appreciate all the gospels for their.
This is why I said so far.
Yeah. Okay. Now about Luke. So I think So I briefly checked. Essentially, I think what you're talking about is variations in text, families of text. In the New Testament, there are variations across manuscripts in different families of text. The question to be so, in other words, we have thousands and thousands of manuscripts of New Testament documents, especially for the Gospels. Thousands and thousands coming from different sources, different geographies, and so on.
Which is good, no? For people saying we don't have proofs.
We don't have what?
For people saying we don't have proofs or later scripture.
Absolutely.
This is
absolutely. We have the fact that we have thousands and thousands coming from very different geographies, and we have translations from very quite early on and so on, is spectacular.
Absolutely.
Spectacular. Especially when we have slightly different variations, it is even more spectacular.
I agree.
In the sense of authenticity, maintaining authenticity. Where we see that, oh, look, no one sat together and produced some 10,000 copies and just sent it by aircraft somewhere. Clearly, of course, there wasn't an aircraft at the time, but you see what I'm saying. So there are variations. But despite variations, when we study people have studied the variations carefully. The study of biblical variations is a very well-established field, well-studied field, and people come again.
Yes, sorry. Here, people were not talking about variations; they were talking about the missing part. It was not in the Codex Vaticanus and so on. It was.
So here's the deal.
Here is the deal. Yes.
Yeah. So let me bring my editor, and you will see what I mean by this. So here is the deal. The deal is, let's say manuscript 1 has a statement. Let's say statement 1. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's say statement 1. Let's say he said Joseph laughed at Stephen. And that could be manuscript 1, not but manuscript 1. And you could have another manuscript which can say this as
Smile.
Yeah, something like this. So let me something like smiled at all, you know what I mean, or laughed aloud, something like this, laughed aloud at Stephen. That could be another manuscript. Yeah. Now some, you see, so let's say 2 manuscripts are of this particular detail. Now someone might say manuscript 1 was the original and manuscript 2 added it later. Added the loud later. Whereas someone else might say manuscript 2, when I say original, manuscript 1 has, maybe I should be clear, has the original text. And someone else might say manuscript 2 has the original text, and manuscript 1 removed the loud later. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
See it here. Who is right is an area of study. Who is right? And here is where people may say it was removed, it was added, and whatever, because they have a particular bias or inclination already. Is there a good reason? Are there good reasons to have one inclination over another? Yes. And I have a particular inclination, which is that I go with the different families, by the way, have different features. Different families or variations of different features.
Yes.
What we have, and this is why I recommend some particular versions of in the English, but I think I mentioned to you about the New King James the other day. Very simply, I prefer what is called the majority text or Byzantine text.
Yeah, because this sentence in my Bible is in brackets. This is why I was even more
curious. Yeah. So this is where very simply, of course, we go through the New Testament. We find that it is quite consistent, quite preserved in terms of the substantial information. But that does not mean there are no variations. There are variations.
No, absolutely. But this is a big sentence to be put into brackets. No, this is such an important sentence, I guess, in my opinion.
Absolutely. But bear in mind, I completely understand. But bear in mind, we are talking about hundreds of scribes, copying different things in different parts of the world, trying to make copies of the Bible, in different political contexts, and so the point, clearly there being variation is a fact in relation to biblical manuscripts.
But
the question is very simply, does it mean the Bible is corrupt? No, it isn't.
No.
Have we lost some substantial information because because some manuscripts don't have that? No, I wouldn't say so.
No, but what confused me the most is that I have the most famous French version, which is the I don't know, the Louis II 21. I don't know if you know.
No, not.
So this
Not,
is the most famous one. So the most read one, and this sentence is in brackets in my version.
yeah.
In the most spread one in France.
Yeah.
So I don't,
In English,
purpose.
in English you have. Yeah. So just because a version is more spread, it doesn't mean it's
No, yeah, of
you know,
course.
people have different views on what the authentic text should be, and here is where we can argue until cows come home. But the simple reality is, this doesn't change any theological claim in relation to Christianity. It'll be lovely in relation to historical, knowing whether Jesus said it or not. In that regard, it'll be lovely to find out. But theological ingredient of the New Testament isn't altered because of that.
Yes.
I would personally prefer the manuscripts which do have this statement. I go with what is called in terms of the Greek manuscripts. I go with what is called the Byzantine text. That's what my preference is, based on my evaluation what I consider to be authentic.
Yeah, I believe you because I'm not at that level.
Sure, no problem. But if you this is why, if you want to use English Bible, it'll be lovely. I would recommend New King James. But having said that, theology doesn't change.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you much, Richard. It was
Thanks
lovely.
to you. Thanks
Lovely
to you.
speaking to you. God's blessings, and we'll.
And everything is okay because I see that you didn't upload a new video at Speakers Corner, so I was wondering what's happening.
A couple of weeks I was, we are constantly on the road, and so on. But having said that, last week, essentially a couple of other weeks, I'm so focused on getting my first book complete, which is terribly delayed, on Islam, which is terribly delayed complete. I'm making much progress, but I had to skip a few Sundays because of that. I'm really sad that I didn't.
And would you translate your books in French or any other languages?
In the future, through God's grace, would love to do that. If you have some ideas, please get in touch. But it'll be lovely to get it translated. I just want to get the English version out first, and then once the English e-book is out, then I can work on both the hard copies and translations. Translations is certainly in my mind.
Yes, because French people usually don't speak English, so
yeah, so certainly a basic set of languages: French, Spanish, Portuguese perhaps, and of course let's say Hindi and so on. So a basic set of languages to cover readership across the globe would be lovely, because everyone needs to know. It'll be lovely to do that.
Okay, thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
You too. Have a lovely evening. God's blessings, Brother Richard. Lovely speaking to you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
Bye. I can see Mohammed, who is in the backstage. It'd be lovely to get you on stage, Mohammed. Okay, I can see you're already engaging with Joe. That's good. I briefly wait for you, Mohammed. You need to go through verification. Joe, instead of the topic, can you complete the verification? Maybe a topic I can discuss when he joins the stream. We are waiting for Mohammed to come on stage after a brief verification. Mohammed, please respond to Joe in the backstage. It'd be lovely to complete verification and get you on stage. Mohammed, I think your verification is complete. I'm now able to speak to you. If you don't want your face to be seen in public, you can now turn your camera off. But if you don't mind, you can have it on. But lovely seeing you, Mohammed. How are you doing?
Good, sir, good. Am I audible?
You are audible. So I understand you're a Muslim, Mohammed.
Yes, sir.
Sure. You had a particular question about angels or something. But yeah, please go ahead. So please ask your question, and then I can respond to that question, and then I'd like to have a wider conversation if you're available.
Yes, sir. My question was that, like, in reality, I mean, any of this exists and how can we verify it? I mean, all we are doing is simply reading from a book, right? Or at least in, let's say, in my case, I'm simply observing my brothers or my family, simply reading from a book. I mean, but like, since I live in India, like now they are Hindus, Buddhist, and we are a multicultural society. I mean, other people exist too, and they have never seen like angel or anything. So most likely, I mean, it's like all in our mind.
Absolutely. So Mohammed, so the question Mohammed has, which he didn't explicitly state, is something he had typed in the private chat. Let me read that out for everyone. Is there a mechanism to contact angels and verify existence of Gabriel, for example? That's the original question he had in the private chat, and I think his comments are based on that. Mohammed, I completely agree that, for example, in Islam, there is no way anyone can verify who is claimed to have interacted with Muhammad, or what, or any similar other claim. Having said that, I would say in relation to Christianity, it's different. It's not the same. The crux of the verification in Christianity is not just in reading a book and merely taking the book seriously, but rather being able to verify the historicity of the claims in the book. And I like to comment to you that Jesus, today, anyone can verify that Jesus died and came back alive. Anyone can verify, if they are willing to verify, the claim of Jesus' death, burial, resurrection by examining this as a solid case of forensics in history. Once you verify that, you're not any longer going with it merely because the book says so, but you have personally verified it also. Do you see what I'm saying so far?
Yeah, I mean, but how do we know the corpse belongs to that? I mean, you are saying like we have forensic evidence.
Yeah. If Jesus, I'll let you know a simple thing. If Jesus can be demonstrated in history as someone who passed away at a particular time, but he was put in a grave in a particular way, and he came back alive, do you understand? Already we have God at play there. A dead man coming back alive on the third day. If we can study this as a historical case, then we already have verification of the fact of a supernatural power at play. Do you agree with that? Do you see that?
Uh, I'm sorry, sir, but it's like very hard to agree because I mean, we know for a fact like these texts are written by human beings. So, like, they can frame anything. I mean, maybe if the place existed, so they used it as a reference. So, definitely, I mean, if you find art description of an Egyptian pharaoh's tomb, I mean, it will be exactly like how they did.
Sure. Muhammad, I completely understand that people can make things up. Yeah. But just because some people make things up, it doesn't mean we reject everything. Yeah. We
Yeah,
have
true.
we have to go by the merit of every single claim, by the merit of the claim. For example, I can tell you, let's say 10 people claim that they are God or they know God. Just because 10 people claim, and let's say we have examined one claim and we have found him to be a liar, we can't just ignore or reject the remaining 9. We can't. If we need to go through every single person and find out if the claim is valid, if the claim or if follows a valid pattern, and if it doesn't, then we reject. So we need to deal with it case by case. You understand me so far?
Sure, definitely.
Sure. And that is where I'm saying completely agreed that people could have made claims about Jesus, completely agreed. And so I'm not asking you to believe just because a book says so. I'm not asking you to believe. What I'm rather commenting to you is that, are you from India? You said you're from India, Mahmood, yeah?
Yes.
So let's say in India, of course, there is the CBI, yeah? Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI,
Sure.
investigative authority, let's say let's say this is a CBI inquiry.
Okay.
My point is not to say, hey, look, just pretend, become religious people and say, oh, the book says and therefore accept. No, I am saying no. What I'm rather saying is, let's make it a CBI inquiry. We have some people claiming that this happened. So, some book claiming that it happened. Let's examine, find out, collect all pieces of evidence, find out, and then establish if it has really happened or not. That's what I'm asking us to do. With me so far?
Sure, definitely.
Yeah. And this is where I have written a book. And I'd like to email a complimentary copy. I can send that to you. Please, there's an email on the screen. Do you see the email on the screen? Do you see the email on the screen at the bottom? info@operationsteven.org. Mohammed?
Yes.
Yeah, if you please email, I'll send you a copy of the ebook that I've written, where I examine the entire case. But I can give you an overview right now. Yeah. Let me give you an overview. Note carefully. Our discussion is on death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is what, and so if you carefully note, there are three. There are 2 or 3 components. Death of Jesus is one. Burial of Jesus in a particular way, but everything in a particular way. Burial of Jesus in a, maybe I say, particular way. And finally, resurrection of Jesus. Now, for these are the 3 important points: death, burial, resurrection. For this, essentially, we have evidence from multiple sources, evidence from different viewpoints, not just from Christian sources. We also have non-Christian sources testifying for various aspects. Roman historians, Roman political leaders, Jewish religious leaders, and Greek writers. We have various sources testifying. You can, in other words, it's a hotly contested case. It's not some, hey, I say believe and that's it. No, it's rather a hotly contested case. And the point is, we know tremendous level of details about the case in historical records, not just in the Bible, but also from the other sources I'm talking about. Roman historians, Roman political leaders, non-Christian Roman historians, non-Christian political leaders from the first century, Jewish religious leaders, and Greek writers. And when you put together all evidence, apart from the Christians, no one wanted Jesus to come back alive. They did not want. The Jewish leaders did not want. Religious leaders did not want. The Roman political leaders did not want Jesus to come back alive. Yet, Jesus came back alive. Is the full picture of the story. And it was very, very, the particular evidence, the particular observations were the tomb went empty, the tomb in which Jesus was placed with 3-level protection. A tomb with 3-level protection went empty. Jesus was seen alive by many people, and church began to exist. This is the only thing. Church, but through this, church began to exist. So it's a complex case. Is I guess what I'm trying to impress upon you, Mohammed. It's a complex case, multiple entities involved with very different motivations, but capable to expose a lie if it was a lie. Yet the Christian narration emerged, and everyone testifies either explicitly or through silence, testifies for these 3 points. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, definitely.
So this is what I'd like to comment to you. What do you, so if the tomb went empty when Roman political leaders, Jewish religious leaders were on the case and did not want Jesus come back alive, what could explain the tomb go empty when everyone testifies the tomb did go empty?
Well, like anybody could rob grave and then the tomb can be appear empty. I mean, it's humans we are talking about. Like they can frame anything. I mean, it's not very reliable. Humans beings are like greedy and have all and work for their self-interest.
Yeah. Lovely. So let me draw a picture of the tomb. I'll try and draw a picture of the tomb. Maybe this is why I could use my document camera, but I haven't set that up. Let's say this is a tomb, yeah? Do you see a tomb? Let's say this is a tomb and this is, let's say, a door, yeah? Muhammad, yeah?
Yes.
The tomb was protected by a 3-level protection. A huge stone was rolled over the entrance, and the stone was sealed by Roman guards. So sealed by, so that's level 2, like CBI, yeah, where you seal a property. You know about how inquiry agencies, police can seal properties. A huge stone was rolled over the tomb. It was sealed by a Roman guard, and it was assigned a 24 hours Roman 24 by 24 hours. When I say 24, I mean 24 by 3, yeah, for 3 days. 24 by 3, Roman God protecting. Jewish religious authorities were on the case, like I mentioned earlier. Jewish religious leaders were on the case, and so were Roman military leaders, political leaders, and military leaders, Roman military leaders. So tell me, how could you? So let's say you are someone who's a disciple of Jesus. You're coming from this extreme, yeah. You're coming from here. You are more. So let's do this. Roman God. So let's say 3-level protection, and you are approaching from here, yeah. You are approaching from here. I'll just call you M because I don't know. Okay, no, you're here. Sorry, I was trying to see where your name went. You are approaching from here, yeah. How could you steal the body? Please tell me. Give me a good idea to steal the body. There's a huge stone.
Well, I will bribe the guards.
But how? No, you can't bribe the gods. Try. How can you bribe the gods? If the gods lose the body, they'll be killed. Why would they get money? Why would they want to get money from you?
No, but then you are thinking that it was God to begin with. I mean, even if you say like there was a man buried deep within him, and so Roman guards can be easily bribed. I mean, bribery is like we know the pattern of bribery.
Muhammad, I'm going to tell you, Roman gods can't be easily bribed. Don't make things up. Roman
No,
gods.
I mean, you can. I mean, then can you trust Roman guards to begin with? I mean, how do we know that Roman guards didn't have any secret agenda, or they weren't? I mean, working with the. I mean, let's say the perpetrator.
Okay, listen to me, Muhammad. Are you aware of Roman military?
Well, honestly, like not that much, but know for a fact that like yeah, they ruled too much. I mean, Napoleon was like Roman, I believe.
No, Napoleon wasn't Roman.
French, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, that's recent, much recent in comparison to this. Roman military. Today, for example, the superpowers of the world. Let's say the U.S. Army and let's say the British Army and so on. Yeah, superpowers. Studying Roman military strategy, studying Roman military tactics is an important area in military studies. And the reason is very simple. Roman military is arguably, one of the foremost militaries in the entire world throughout time. You in other words, we're not dealing with some Mickey Mouse military of some place, but we're talking about Roman military. Like you said, you may not be aware much, and therefore perhaps you thought you could bribe
Let's say they were like Israel's IDF.
I don't even want to equate. I just want to say you can't bribe, because the Roman god would lose his life when the tomb goes empty.
Yeah, but I mean, you must have, read all of this from the history books or something like that, to be honest.
All of what?
Whatever information you have acquired in this life, I mean, about Romans and everything, you must have, definitely read it somewhere in the history books.
We can study about Roman history not just from books but also through archaeology. For example, I live in London, and London is a good Roman military site. Roman archaeological site. Across the UK, we have multiple archaeological sites related to Rome. So not just books, but through archaeology. Roman military, Roman Empire is reasonably well understood If you're trying to suggest that perhaps we don't know much about Roman history, I'm going to suggest, Roman military is reasonably well understood. Tremendous level of details about Roman history is understood. You can't bribe a Roman god. You can't. It's as simple as that.
I mean, you're
Especially on
saying
a
you
high
can't.
profile.
Sorry to say this, but you're saying you can't bribe Roman guards. I mean, definitely there must be corrupt somewhere in the history. I mean, or
This, note carefully, this is a high profile case. Can you imagine, being a CBO officer, can you imagine being assigned to, let's say a former prime minister, being put in prison or something, and you are assigned on the case?
yeah,
It can
our prime minister was killed by our guards.
be, no, don't conflate different things. I'm talking about profile. Now here, so what I'm saying is, if you're approaching there, the M who is approaching, you can't just say, look, you can bribe. Give me more details. Explain why. How could you approach and take Jesus? You can't just say you can bribe. You can maybe poison them. Don't just throw in theoretical possibilities. Explain to me, why would a Roman god, in the case of Jesus, want that money from you when he knows, all those eyes, which I've listed there above, Jewish religious leaders, all those eyes are watching. They don't want the tomb to go empty. High profile. You yourself don't have a particular interest in this. Why would they accept the bribe?
To fake it.
Why? What benefit does he get? Why he is going to lose his life?
I mean, Romans were the people like who spread all of it, right? If I'm correct.
Spread all of what?
Romans spread Christianity, right?
No.
Romans didn't.
No. For the first 3 centuries, the Roman Empire persecuted Christians.
Yeah, but they had their change of heart, isn't it?
Listen to me carefully. For 3 centuries, 300 years plus, the Roman Empire persecuted Christians. They didn't spread for the first 300 years. They did not. But 300 years. We're talking about India since independence plus 200 more years.
Yeah, so
they didn't what gain? They didn't benefit. Why would they? You need to tell me. You need to give me something with knowledge of the people that I'm talking about. You need to help me understand how you could make the tomb go empty. If you can't, you need to really say, look, okay, so this situation seeks greater attention, and you need to study in greater detail. I'm not asking you to blindly believe, neither am I asking you to blindly decide, but I'm asking you to inquire properly here. Give me a good explanation for how you could, if you were there at that time as a Christian disciple, as a disciple of Jesus, how could you steal the body?
yeah, to be honest, sir, I mean, wasting my time on Roman history and finding nothing or even finding something, I mean, even then it wouldn't prove anything to begin with. I mean, all it prove is like, yeah, all your tomb situation will be solved, but how do you think that it will solve anything about God to begin with? I mean, to be
If,
honest, all
if
we can all
if
we
Jesus
can think
died,
about is like they must have done something wrong to begin with.
no, don't preemptively conclude.
I mean, if let's say we are in current times, right? And UK is facing a lot of problems, like, I mean, jihadi crimes and everything. So, like, can't Angel Gabriel protect or all of you? Like,
Muhammad, you're going the wrong way. This is not
why?
good thinking. thinking.
Well, why not? I mean, in times of crisis, why can't we like invoke something like that? Uh, I've seen like all
If there
these
is a
other,
God, if there is a God, is he at your command? Is he going to say, Muhammad has some wonderful ideas, let me do what he wants to do? Is that how God is going to behave?
no, not the God, but definitely angels can be invoked.
No. Angels are at the command of God. The angels aren't in a Uber minicab or something. No, they're not. You can't just, you can't. Muhammad, you may have ideas.
Yes.
You may have ideas, but God doesn't have to appreciate your ideas. And so my
No,
point is,
I don't care about God appreciating my ideas. I'm caring about God providing justice to the people.
and this is where, please focus on the case here. If you are unable to solve this case, I commend to you today in the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, if you are unable to say anything which can help you steal the body, I'd like to commend to you. You have an important historical case to study. I'd like to comment to you. If Jesus died and if he came back alive, he needs to be taken seriously. That's the benefit of this case. If Jesus died, do you know of anyone who just dies and comes back alive on the third day?
No, okay, you can take it seriously all you want, but we
Mohammed,
are not solving any
do
problems to
you
begin with.
know? Do you know of anyone who dies and he comes back alive on the third day? Do you know of anyone? Could this happen?
Yeah, it's a fundamental principle of life. Nobody can violate it, not even gods to begin with.
What do you mean, not even God? God gives life.
That it's a concept, right? But to be honest, life is given to us by living beings present on earth.
Normally. This is why, if such a thing had happened, something abnormal has happened. Yeah. Clearly, when someone dies, he can't come back alive. I completely understand. And that is where, if Jesus had come back alive, we have to pay attention to what was happening there. We have to. We are compelled to. We can't just ignore. It's not just an everyday occurrence. We can't ignore. It's something that we have to take seriously. If this
Yeah,
is
okay, we take it seriously. Like, okay, he came back alive, right? He is the god. All right, then should we believe that like these angels and demons exist too?
okay, look, angels and demons, I know, are not my primary focus of attention. My primary
But
focus of attention
didn't they? But to be honest, don't they?
is
Come under the framework of Christianity.
no, Christianity's primary focus is Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Jesus.
but like Lucifer is also present, right?
How many angels can you name according to the Bible?
Well, I can name nothing. I know like Azazel, right? And there's Samael, Lucifer. Lucifer is sorry, I think angel, but demons, I think Azazel is one. Then there was someone from starting with the word B. I don't know, not Bilal. No, I think only Azazel. There are many. I don't know, there was some game or something, it listed all of them. I think Azazel was the one.
Muhammad.
Beelzebub, sorry, Beelzebub was also there.
Beelzebub. Muhammad, I'd like to comment to you, please.
Yes.
There are hundreds and thousands of angels, but the Bible doesn't care to name many of them to us. Very simply, for the reason that we don't have to be concerned much about them.
No, but
Who we
they
need to be,
exist, right?
Muhammad, I am concerned about God. And I am
No,
concerned right
that's
now.
very good. That's very
I
good.
am
You should be
concerned,
concerned about God,
I am
because
concerned right
like we
now.
are converted in the name of like we are going to we were going to burn in hellfire and something like that. But
I am
to be
concerned
honest,
right
like
now.
when you hear all of this stuff, it's like bonkers.
And this is where I am presenting a historical case. If you ignore the historical case, it would be bonkers. If not for the historical case of Jesus and of various other aspects of the Bible, I wouldn't be a Christian. I would not be. I don't want to follow religion just for the sake of following religion. No, I don't want to waste my time. I'd much rather focus on something else.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Living in
am
your life, like a medicine save us.
sure, and that is where you are. And the reason you are there is because you don't know the merits of the case here. You don't know about the Roman gods. You don't know about the Roman military. You don't know about the details of this case. I'd like to comment to you, Muhammad, that you need to begin to know. Please don't ignore. You need to. You can't just ignore merely because Islam is a fantasy story. Islam is a fantasy story. I completely agree with that. With Islam, there is nothing to be verified. You're just given a book and say you're told just believe in it. That would be traumatic. I completely agree. I really completely agree.
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, it's a bogus book, but then, I mean, look at Christian's case too. I mean, to be honest, sir, I mean, please don't get offended. I mean, just because we are having a difference of opinions. But I mean, I strictly believe all you are doing is reading from the book to begin with. I mean, and getting all paranoid. I mean, accusing others of being, I mean, following demonic religions or anything. I mean, I was on
Muhammad,
YouTube and someone said yoga is demonic.
Muhammad, Muhammad. Do you
Yes.
see what is staring in front of you?
Sorry, sir. Please repeat again.
Do you see what is staring in front of you?
You.
What is taking much space in front of you?
History.
Exactly. I am trying to talk about history. Between you and me, there is only one person who is thoroughly ignoring history, that is you. And you are telling me that I am believing just in one book and that's it. You must be delusional. Look, I am trying to present history. You are not wanting to engage with history. Who is the only one who doesn't want to go beyond the book? You or me?
Yeah, but beyond the book, I mean, all you have is like this okay case of tomb and everything. I'm talking about like you see, truth cannot be changed. Whether it was 2000 years or it's right now 2025, you cannot change the truth to begin with. I mean, all right. I mean, if the God exists and his archangels, Michael, the Gabriel, all of them exist, and then Satan exists, all these demons exist. I mean, that's why I had this question, like, what about the case of contact?
Muhammad, my point to you very simply is look at what is in front of you. If you ignore this, you might as well ignore Christianity.
No, I included it. I included it that
I,
okay,
Muhammad,
this was history. We are currently in 2025.
Muhammad, please don't say you have included when you are not behaving in a manner consistent with including. What is staring in front of you is God. If this is true, you can't just
Yeah,
ignore
but
him
you don't
and say,
fear God, right? You don't fear God. You fear demons.
okay, maybe now you are not intending to engage in the conversation properly, and so I need to perhaps let you go. My point is, this is a solid case. If you are unable to contradict, you better take it seriously. If you don't take it seriously, you're going to jeopardize your own life. That's all I could say. I have taken it seriously. I have studied it seriously, and I am a Christian right now because of this case.
So,
If you
sir,
don't want
I
to,
mean, final point to you.
if you don't want to study this seriously, I would consider you not to be sensible in your approach to life.
No, okay, that's fair. I mean, you have your point of view, and according to you, I mean, I must sound like a maniac or something, maybe. But all I'm saying is like, or okay, you have established this God theory right now. All I'm saying is right now in 2025. All right. I mean, my original question was also based on the contact. I mean, we see all this injustice, right?
No, I'm suggesting to you. I mean, let's put it this way. We are trying to talk about, let's say we're trying to talk about Prince. I don't know if you're familiar with the UK royal family. Or let's
All
say,
right.
yeah, if you're familiar with the UK royal family, let's say we're trying to talk about Prince William's marriage, wedding. And
Yeah.
the question is, did Prince William get married to Princess Kate? And I'm trying to show the evidence for Prince William trying to get married to Princess Kate, wedding pictures and whatnot. And you know what you're doing? You're looking at the curtain somewhere in the palace, and you say, oh, look, the curtain is in pink, and therefore I can't believe this to be the wedding of Prince William. I am bewildered. Look, the focus, the entire discussion is whether that particular wedding is between Prince William and Princess Kate. To ascertain if that is the case, you focus on Prince William and Princess Kate. You don't focus on a curtain that is hanging 10 meters away and the color of the curtain as if that was relevant, as if that was logically tightly connected with the exploration that we are into, and waste time. You don't do that. Finding out whether angels would show up and whether angels would come and say hello to you is not the subject matter of our quest. The subject matter of our quest is there a God? Who is it? And I am trying to point out to you the historical case for that God on the face of the earth in the person of Jesus. And you want to talk about some angel showing up and serving you dinner. I can only say, God bless you.
No,
Thank you.
I never said that. I
No,
never
you,
said angels serving me dinner or anything.
Mohammed, please don't argue needlessly. Whether angels can come today and speak to you or not is not connected with the case of whether Jesus is God. Is not. Whether you like it or not, it isn't connected. If you want to find out if Jesus is God or not, focus on what I presented here. I'd like to wrap up with that.
I have focused on your
You
theory and explanations that you have provided, that
clearly haven't.
Romans were guarding
Mohammed,
the
you did not
may I
engage. No,
hello?
you did not engage. You did not engage. Don't say you have. You did not engage. You did not engage. I asked for questions. You said you don't know about Roman God, but you don't care. You wanted to go to. You did not engage with the case before you.
But I'm saying, I mean, 2-3 times I've repeated that, okay, God, you have presented that God's right, Romans were defeated, God came up and risen from his grave and he showed his evidence to the world. All right, that happened back in like what, 2000 years ago? It's part of history, right? That this event happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. That right now we are in 2025. Are we clear on this or not?
Clear on what?
We are clear, right? We are in 2025. All right. So I mean
I
truth
am in,
cannot change
I am
overnight.
I am
So all
I
of
am in, I am in 2025. I'm not sure where you are. You seem to be in a fantasy land.
no, not really. I'm also in 2025.
My dear friend, if you're not interested in history, I'm really sorry to say, you will struggle much in life.
Sir, quite frankly, I mean honestly, I mean just like you must have a job and everything. I mean you won't struggle in life according like that, but you can say like in arguments or something about a specific topic like Jesus, right?
Okay. Mohammed, thank you very much. It was lovely speaking to you, sort of.
Yeah, but sir,
Please take,
sorry in
no,
any
no, no,
case,
we need to
but
wrap up. We need to wrap up right now, Mohammed. I'm really not convinced if you are trying to engage in a sensible conversation. Really not convinced. Okay. Cool. We have a couple of people in the backstage. Let's get Joel is the one I haven't spoken to so far. Joe, can we get Joel on the stage? Hey, Joel, how are you doing?
Great. How's it going?
Hey, bye. It's okay. How are you doing?
Oh, doing great. Just enjoying summer here in the States. How about yourself? Has England been overtaken by the radical Islam as of yet, or is it still a slow progression?
Well, still, we still have a bit of opportunity to come out, and I'm very busy working on. Oh, I do apologize. Actually, I didn't ask if Nitish was sorry. Nitish was waiting in the back. I didn't realize he was here also. Sorry, Joel. No, it's
Yeah.
I'm busy working on my first book. I haven't yet completed. It's terribly delayed, and of course,
Oh,
people who placed order. Some people are upset, but more, of course, and I'm really sorry about that. But more importantly, I'm really sorry that I haven't produced that. So I'm really focused on that, and I'm hoping that will play a meaningful part in making sure that we won't be completely overrun, that we can reverse the trend here.
I hope so, because you can see, um, you know, especially with current events happening in what happens during an Islamic State takeover. For example, in Syria, first they come for the Saturday people, then they come for the Sunday people. Luckily, there's no Jews or very few Jews and Christians in Syria. So, what the Islamists are doing in Syria is they're mass slaughtering the Druze, which is another ethnic minority, and just going around indiscriminately, killing them. And that's sadly that's what would happen. If there was an Islamic State in the UK or the US, they would target other, ethnic minorities, whether it be Jews or Christians, until they either do a mass conversion or essentially wipe, those other religions out. That's the whole premise of Islam, is to establish a caliphate and Sharia law and take over the world, which I'm sure you're well aware of and address in your books.
Absolutely, this is the subject matter of my first book on Islam, which is the coming Islamic takeover. So yeah, absolutely. Islam is a religion of judgment and takeover. They want to take over where they can. For example, in Iraq or Lebanon, for example, they simply weren't able to take over entirely, and therefore they have caused havoc enough that clearly, of course, it's in Islam's control mostly, and the Christians are. If they had an opportunity, they would want to wipe out everyone else, and so that is absolutely clear. But through God's grace, we have a living God. God of the Bible is a living God, and so um, he raises up his people. Of course, Israel is his firstborn, and Israel is going through what it is going through. But Christians, he raises up Christians to deal with this also. And so yeah, it's a work of great responsibility. And so I'm really really upset about the great delay in the book. But yeah, certainly it's a part of that book, Joel. That
Right.
yeah.
Exactly. And I know the last time we left off, we talked about, Jeremiah prophesied a future covenant where God would write his law on people's hearts and,
Yeah.
forgive their sins and grant them an intimate knowledge of him. So I was just reading more
Yeah,
about that, and I'm
yeah.
sorry, go
So
ahead.
yeah, essentially, so of course, our suggestion is very simply that the New Testament, the covenant that Jeremiah prophesies there is clearly not a return to the Mosaic Torah, or Sinai Peninsula, Sinai covenant, but rather has to be a new covenant. And so that was the premise there. So what did you find, Joel? What would...
I'm trying to figure out, did Jesus proclaim it or Jeremiah? Because I'm trying to understand, did Jesus declare that his death, I guess, would foreshadow or inaugurate this new covenant, symbolized through the Last Supper by the bread and wine, or was this something that came after Jesus's death? The actual covenant itself.
Jesus proclaimed the covenant. Jeremiah prophesied the
Okay.
covenant. Jesus proclaimed the covenant.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just confused on whether or not Jesus actually proclaimed the covenant himself.
oh, he did. He did. He essentially Jesus revealed multiple aspects of his work that would be very informative. Number one, he said, just like Moses lifted up the serpent, so shall the Son of Man be lifted up. The Moses and the bronze serpent that was lifted up in the wilderness when people were dying because of disobedience to God. Jesus said, likewise, he had to be lifted up, and those who believe in him shall. Jesus spoke about the new wine in new wineskin. Jesus spoke about the fact of him being the Passover lamb. And of course, Jesus also ultimately spoke about the blood of the blood of the new covenant, which was his blood. And so Jesus proclaimed the coming of the new covenant.
Gotcha. So then, with that new covenant, specifically outlined in the Tanakh through, Jeremiah's prophecy, why, in your opinion, from a Christian perspective, or if you know this, I'm not sure. Maybe I have to ask a rabbi, because it would be more from a Jewish interpretation as to why Jews, generally view that the new covenant is a renewal or revitalization of the existing covenant with God rather than a replacement.
Very simply, the tendency to reject Jesus among the Jews, reject Jesus as the Messiah, the tendency to reject has been cemented over multiple significant phases in Jewish history, very unfortunately. Of course, the most recent of which is perhaps the Nazi Holocaust, the persecution in Europe, and the idea that it's Christians, quote unquote, who are persecuting the Jews. And of course, even going prior to that, you have the Crusaders history and so on. So, but it didn't begin as late as these two, but it went as far back as the first century, the very first century. The very contemporaries of Jesus, rejecting Jesus, that was set as a pattern. And soon after Jesus was rejected by the leadership among the Jews, the religious leadership, you clearly begin, in the Jewish nation and in the Jewish diaspora, people began seeing following Jesus as a Gentile religion quite early on. You could see that. That is quite unfortunate, but that is important to acknowledge. Important to acknowledge. There was an irrational bias against Jesus. And so, very, very simply, there is already a tendency to reject anything that might appear remotely Christian in the New Testament, in the Tanakh. And that is what I see as the primary ingredient in rejecting, in essentially saying Jeremiah's prophecy is essentially a dusted, some sort of a renovated Mosaic Torah. That's how I see it. If not for that, there is no other explanation. Clearly, Jeremiah, so let me bring that up here. Clearly, Jeremiah's prophecy has to, clearly Jeremiah's prophecy, is it 31? Sorry. So clearly Jeremiah's prophecy has to indicate, has to prepare the Jews for a covenant which is not the Sinai Peninsula covenant. You can't just dust a covenant. You can't just say, look, I had a covenant which was broken and God wants to give a new covenant, and it's just a dusted version of the previous covenant. It doesn't work. Covenants don't work like that. Simply by the fact of it being a covenant, it won't work like that. But also the other details contain here. I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel, with the house of Judah. And it says explicitly, not according to the covenant that I made with the forefathers. It explicitly states it. Despite this, if any Jew wants to say, oh, it is really returning to Torah, that is being seriously not faithful to the scripture.
Well, can I ask you that highlighted sentence where it says, not according to the covenant that I made with your forefathers? How would that, when it says not according to the covenant that I made with your forefathers, how can you explain how that negates the original covenant, but rather emphasizes a more intimate and personal relationship with God?
Very, very simply, at the least, when we begin reading this, we need to appreciate, at the least, straight away, we need to appreciate anyone who says it's just returning to Torah is clearly deluded. That much we need to appreciate. If it's just returning to Torah, then how is it not according to the covenant? Clearly, when it says not according to the covenant, in some ways it has to be not according to how it was in the Mosaic Torah. Clearly, in some ways. And so a Jew who rejects or who intends to return to the Torah should explain in what way he is not. In what way is he entering into a new covenant that is unlike the Mosaic covenant? In what way?
Well, can I ask you this then? If new covenants are made to negate and replace original covenants, so you're saying the Mosaic covenant on Mount Sinai that replaced the first covenant, the Abrahamic covenant?
I did not say.
Did that negate the original Abrahamic covenant? If the Mosaic covenant did not negate the original Abrahamic covenant, why would this new Jeremiah prophecy of the third covenant negate the second covenant or the first covenant?
You're asking a marvelous question. You're asking a marvelous question. This is where, but you assume something that I had never said. And so let me.
I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm not saying you said it. I'm asking you that question.
Yeah. So I'm going to write this down. So we are going to be on hopefully, would a new covenant negate an old covenant?
Sure.
Is the question asked. My answer would be no, not really. If they are entirely, if they entirely deal with different subject matters. You can have completely different covenants covering different subject matters. For example, with the nation of Israel, God entered into a covenant at Mount Sinai. This Mount Sinai covenant came after, let's say the circumcision covenant, for example. Does that now suddenly mean the Ishmael circumcision is invalid? No, Ishmael is now long gone. He's on his separate route. You know what I mean? Israel then gets a new covenant, which was at that time the Mosaic Torah. But that doesn't negate Ishmael's covenant already. You see what I'm saying? And so the point, no one is saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying a new covenant. If there is a new covenant, it will negate all existing covenant. No. What I'd rather say is, if there is a new covenant covering the same area as an existing covenant, then one covenant clearly, in this case the new covenant, in the simplistic case, then the new covenant would supersede the old covenant clearly.
And that's the case with this Jeremiah covenant prophecy about the new covenant, where it says that Jesus is going to absorb the Torah laws, so they essentially don't have to be followed, right? So it did negate or replace the original covenant, right? Essentially.
No, here what I'd like to say is, I'd like to say a few different things. Yeah, with Jeremiah 31:31, I'd like to say a few different things. It is a new covenant. And with a new covenant, you need to look for a new ceremony. You know what a covenant is? You know how a person enters into a new covenant. Yeah. Essentially, it has a ceremonial component to it. You go through it, and then you enter into a new covenant. Yeah. You can't just, this is how a covenant operates. So if you read through, of course, Abrahamic Covenant, there is a particular ceremony. God wanted Abraham to bring some stuff, and he brought, and he even fell asleep, on whatever, and God did certain things and so on. And subsequently, let's say, with Abraham, God also had another, of course, the lamb in Mount Moriah, and subsequently Mount Sinai. The ceremony, it's literally a new covenant that has to be understood. Anyone who says, look, I'm just, my new covenant is that I'm just going to keep my old covenant better, he doesn't understand what it means to have a new covenant. Do you see what I'm saying? Anyone who claims, sorry, let me add that here. Anyone who claims that he is merely going to keep his old covenant better doesn't understand what it means when someone says they are going to have. This is partly they are going to have a new covenant. Yeah. So there is a basic lack of awareness because much time has passed since the first century. People are making things up as they go along. Rambam's 13 rules or whatever. And likewise, saying, oh, look, we're just going to give the Torah better. Look, if you give the Torah better, it's just still the old Mosaic covenant. You can't say I'm having a new covenant.
So essentially in the Old Testament, there's essentially five covenants. There's the Adamic Covenant, the Noahic Covenant, the Abrahamic Covenant, the Mosaic Covenant, and the Davidic Covenant. So these covenants, were established, relationships, promises and expectations based on the obedience of, observing God's laws. So would you
Not
state,
not
would
all,
you,
not all,
well,
not all.
not all laws, but, the following the Torah, essentially,
No, no,
would
no, no,
you,
no,
would you
no,
state, well, not all of them, but I'm saying the majority of them
no,
were based
no,
off of
no,
obedience and
no,
leading,
no, no,
no?
no.
So,
Adamic covenant, what
okay.
obedience? Adamic covenant, what obedience did it require? Noahic covenant,
Well,
what obedience did it require? Davidic covenant,
well,
what obedience does it require?
I'm not
Abrahamic
stating
covenant,
all of them.
yeah, four
I'm
of
not
them does
saying,
not
I'm not
require
stating
obedience.
all of them.
Four of them,
I'm just saying, mhm.
four of
I'm sorry, go
them,
ahead.
four of them are not based on a legal construct. Four of them are not. Abrahamic covenant is a promise-based covenant. It was a
Well, that's why I said, the covenant, I specifically said the covenants were established relationships based off of promises and expectations and obedience. So not just obedience to the law itself, but would you state that, Jesus's interpretation of the new covenant, would you say that fulfills and replaces the Old Testament's covenants in its entirety? Because when you think about it, Christians believe that, Jesus's death and resurrection are seen as the pivotal moment establishing, this new covenant, which essentially offers forgiveness of sins and a restored relationship with God.
So,
So,
Joel, here's the thing. Adamic covenant. So let's do this. Adam, Noah, Abraham. Sorry, Abraham, Moses, and David. Note carefully. Moses' covenant partly steps on the toes of Abrahamic covenant. Partly, not entirely, partly. But apart from that, the other covenants are independent in nature to a great degree. When Jesus' new covenant comes, Jesus' new covenant only supersedes Mosaic covenant. Only. It supersedes Mosaic covenant, but it fulfills
that's what that's okay. You answered my question. That's
only
it
Mosaic covenant.
replaces the
Only
Mosaic covenant. I see.
It fulfills Abrahamic covenant. In Abrahamic covenant, there are components that are supposed to be fulfilled, which are not fulfilled in Mosaic covenant, which are fulfilled in the new covenant in Jesus. There are components in the Davidic covenant which are fulfilled in the new covenant in Jesus, or rather in the person of Jesus. And the other covenants are sort of completely unrelated to the discussion here. Only Mosaic covenant. And this is where the other question you could ask is, was Mosaic covenant meant to be meant to be eternal in nature? Is a significant question you could ask. And you see rabbis having a primitive discussion on this, merely by saying, oh look, it says forever, whatever, and then therefore they think it is eternal. I'll ask this simple question, and maybe we can focus on this, Joel. I know we might have run out of time already, but let's focus on this. Let me ask you simple. Moses' Torah promise output, or promise a result which result which takes Israel into eternity? Does it do it? If it doesn't do, We have a problem. Jews who follow that, who intend or who are hung up on the Torah, have a problem. Do you see what I'm saying here? Does Moses' Torah promise results? Should I say results? Sorry, results which take Israel into eternity?
Well, no,
What?
because Moses's Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, establish a Messiah to do that. So no, how could that covenant take Israel into eternity when the whole premise of the Torah is for the coming of the Messiah?
Exactly. So the Mosaic covenant, even by initial design, was meant to merely pave the way for the Messiah to come.
Correct.
And so
So
when the Messiah comes, people should be willing to give up on it. But they are unwilling to give up on this, essentially saying, look, I don't want the Messiah. I still want, the Mosaic or the temporary Torah. That's what people are doing to their own detriment. It's not a good idea.
So then you pretty much answered my question, a rule that Christians, do not generally or not generally required to follow the Torah or the first 5 books of the Old Testament as a legal system, because they essentially believe that Jesus Christ fulfilled the law and established a new covenant, that focuses on faith and grace. So essentially, the new covenant replaced the Mosaic covenant, right?
Yeah, the new covenant
Would that be accurate?
Yeah, the new covenant replaces the Mosaic purely because it essentially deals with everything the Mosaic covenant deals with and takes you into eternity. When I say everything, I don't mean the political components of the nation of Israel, but in relation.
So then a new covenant can negate an old covenant if it deals with the same subject matter, essentially, right?
Yes, that's what I said earlier. It depends on the subject matter.
Oh,
If the subject
gotcha.
matter is the same, clearly the new would override the old. If the subject matter is the same. If it wasn't the same, it won't. And that is where Mosaic covenant was meant, even by initial design, was meant to be temporary. The new Mosaic covenant doesn't explain how people could have resurrection. The Mosaic covenant doesn't explain. Well, the Mosaic covenant, in the Mosaic covenant, you can't search and find a place where it says, look, if you keep these, whatever number of things, then you will come back alive if you die. Nowhere does the Mosaic covenant promise anything like that. But eternity involves that. You see what I'm saying? So it was meant to go on.
No, you pretty much answer my questions in a thorough formal way and a detailed way. I know Nitish is waiting in the backstage. I don't know if he wants to jump on.
Yes, I think a couple of people waiting in the backstage. Joel, it was lovely speaking to you. Let me better take the other couple of callers. Joe, let's let's actually get verified. But we need to do a short 10 minutes each. There is Nitish who is waiting, and there is no comment who is waiting. Only the newcomers. Unfortunately, please, I won't be able to discuss with you. Oh, Nitish is our Nitish. Oh, come on, Nitish. No, I'm really, really sorry. 10 o'clock. I thought this is a new Nitish. I should have, sorry, apologies. I really thought this was some other Nitish. Otherwise, I would have given you a heads up earlier. I can speak to you for 5 minutes, Nitish. Joel, thank you very much. Lovely speaking to you. Joel, please, we need the nation of Israel to wake up. I don't want the nation of Israel to, suddenly, give up on whatever they have known and, follow something else. That's not what I'm suggesting, Joel. And I really need your help in this. I genuinely think if someone were to scrutinize, and I'm preparing really hard. So far, I'm essentially saying, look, I haven't even started doing my rabbinic Judaism polemics properly. I haven't started in a formal way yet. But I'm really working on the proper argumentation structure and so on. We're going to do that for Roman Catholicism also. But my point right now is this. At some stage, I'll be formally ready. My suggestion is this. Based on the Tanakh alone, they could arrive at Jesus. The nation of Israel could arrive at Jesus. And this is important, for all the political turmoil, whether, regardless of what we try, the ultimate solution is only in Jesus. And by that, I don't mean, oh, look, we love everyone. I don't mean that. Jesus, the Bible says the Messiah will implement a proper political solution. By political, I don't mean negotiated, let's give and take a little bit. No. According to God's terms, Israel will be much bigger than what it is today, and whatever else, not for the sake of Israel, but for the sake of God. Because it's God's promise to Israel. No one dare take it, and if anyone dares, they become God's enemies. And so only in the Messiah, and so it is important for the nation of Israel to get its act together in relation to Messiah. Who is the Messiah? If Jesus is the Messiah, they have to come to Jesus. It's important, and that is where Joel, it's we need to work together on this to make sure the message is clear and the arguments are Tanakh based. So Jews are convinced that they are merely following what they have been given. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah, I agree with you, especially if, like you said, if Jesus is the Messiah, then the Jews are really, missing out.
Absolutely. So Joel, it's lovely speaking to you. Let's work together on this. Thank you very much. God blessings.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah,
Take care.
thank you. Bye. Joe, brother Joe, I know it's terribly late for you also. Nitish will get Nitish for 5 minutes. Nitish, it's a 5 minutes time bomb.
Yeah, I know.
Nitish, oops. Yeah, please, Nitish.
Okay, it's been a long time. So I was searching for death of Jesus, and it was saying in the search section, it said that Jesus died at 38, around 38-ish, and he was crucified around 29-ish, and
38. What?
then when he was at the age of 38, he died.
38?
38, yeah,
No.
and all of that was saying that the death of Jesus was is assumed, not particular about it. No one is particular about it. All your
What are you reading? Are you reading some fantasy novel or what? What's going on?
no, bro. I asked AI and he told me,
Look,
compiled all the sites.
I am a
You
computer.
tell me, na. That's why I'm coming back. I'm asking you, when did he
I
die?
to ask AI. I don't know what. Look, I am a computer science engineer, but this AI stuff. I'm an old school guy.
Okay, okay.
Don't ask AI. I don't know what AI does. I really haven't got a clue. I know they say many things. At some stage, I'd like to. I at some stage I know my computer science well. Yeah, it's just that I'm too busy with my impression for Jesus. But at some stage I'd like to do some work on AI based on proper computing theory and try and see what this utter nonsense is about. Anyway, long story short,
Okay.
Nitin, if you want to find out details of what happened with Jesus, read historical records. You have the Christian historical records which are in the Bible, the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. There are non-Christian historical records. By the way, I can send you an ebook, a complimentary ebook on this. If you email me, the
No,
info.
just tell me, na. I'm framing something. I'm framing some question according to your answer.
Jesus began his ministry around when he was around 30 years of age. He died
Yes.
when he was around 33. 3 years later, around 3 years later, he died.
He died. Okay.
He was crucified. He was crucified on the cross around 3 years
Mm.
later. His ministry was for around 3 years.
Okay.
And on the third day after he was crucified and buried, he came back alive.
And then?
The church began to exist at that time, and the church exploded despite persecution, severe persecution in Judea, in Israel, and across the Roman Empire for 3 centuries, around 3 centuries plus. Despite severe persecution, the church grew.
Okay, so after that, like he was crucified, he woke up from the death, and then after how many years did he pass away?
There's no part. Jesus ascended up to heaven. So, after a number of weeks, he ascended up to heaven. There's no, Jesus didn't pass away again.
Just like Pandavas did.
Which Pandava? What are you talking about?
Pandavas went to heaven
Okay, so let me
after
ask
the
you this, Nitish.
after the Mahabharata. After
Nitish,
Mahabharata,
let me ask you this. So I thought you wanted to ask about Jesus. Now
no,
you
I was asking about. See, I read about
wow,
him.
wow, 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 wow. I thought you just wanted to ask about Jesus. Now you one second, one second. Now you clearly are trying to compete. Jesus and Pandavas and whatnot. Okay, what do you want? You have 1 minute left. You want to talk about
I'm not.
Pandavas or you
I'm
want
not.
to talk about
I'm not.
Jesus?
I'm not competing here. Okay, I wanted to
What do you want?
know
Do
when
you want
did
to
he
talk
die?
about?
Because
Do you want to talk about Pandavas or do you want to talk about Jesus?
I'm asking about when did he die? Because Google was not showing it. Was saying that at the
I
age of
don't know
30.
Look, I don't know. Maybe when you type Google, your next door neighbor sends some reply. I don't know what you're doing. How am I
No,
supposed to? I've
last
given
time,
you
remember,
30
last
documents.
time, listen, sir. Last time when we were talking, you framed the uh, definition of circle from Google. Then why did you do that? Why did you trusted Google on
Okay,
what is a circle and a sphere?
look. What I said was not don't do a Google search. What
Hmm.
I'm saying is I don't have a clue as to what you've done so far. I really haven't got a clue. That's why I commented, jokingly, that maybe your next door neighbor sent a reply. I don't know what you've done. You can't just say, look, I've done something and this is what I'm saying. Don't say just where, what
Okay,
resource are you looking at, please?
can I tell you what I'm skeptical about in Christianity?
Do-
Can I tell you?
No.
Can this will make you it easier for you to bring
Okay, go
Hindus
on.
into
Go on.
Christianity? Okay,
Go on.
what we Hindus after I'm around 35. Okay,
So now
so
you are
at
a
this
Hindu, yeah? You're using the term Hindu. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, so you will understand. Na,
No,
these
no, no,
people.
no. You are using the term Hindu. Unless
No, I'm not using the term Hindu.
Oh, you
See,
did, you did, you did.
I'm
Despite all
no.
the brainwashing, Sanatana Dharma brainwashing, now
No,
you're saying
I said all others all
all of us Hindus. Please go ahead.
okay. No, okay. It was my mistake. I apologize for that.
It's not a
I
mistake.
apologize for that.
All
Okay.
your
So what
whitewashing.
Sanatanis think of this?
Hindu. Go ahead. Yeah,
No
you.
Hindu, no Hindu. What
Right.
Sanatanis?
Nitish, let's no.
Let
If
me complete. Let
look,
me
if you want
complete.
to play
Let
games,
me complete. That way, you will never be able to convert Hindus. You will never be able to bring
please
Hindus.
go ahead.
Okay. I am talking about Sanatan. Those are Hindus. Those who are weaker at their what beliefs. Those are Hindus. Okay.
What
So
we had no answer to any of the questions I've asked so far. You are one of the weakest person I have
no,
ever
I'm
seen.
not. I'm not one of the weaker. How can one thing I have realized about you that you put negative remarks on a person so that he won't be able to speak in front of you, and
Look,
your
I
people
asked
are
you multiple questions.
cherishing you all the time in the
I
comment.
asked you multiple questions. I can't remember you answering any
I
of them.
answered
Now
every
you suddenly
each.
become a
See,
strong Hindu.
there are some basics you need to know. Then you will understand what I am saying. Okay, but
Okay.
there are some basics in Christianity. Okay, same way I don't
Nitish,
understand those
that's fine.
basics.
Nitish, okay.
Okay,
One minute.
let me tell you. Let
1
me tell
minute.
you what I believe.
Just
Let me
tell
tell
me,
you what I believe.
yeah, what your
Yeah,
sticking point is, and we'll
yeah.
wrap up that. Go ahead.
Let me tell you what I believe. I believe Christianity is a hoax because it's based on putting people into guilt that they are sinners right from their birth, even though he has done nothing bad about. Okay, this is the first guilt trap you put person in, and then you say, oh, take Jesus as your savior and he will save you, and that person comes out of guilt. And many people have done a lot of bad things in their past lives, no, past life, before Jesus came into their life, and they do not find resurrect actual God somewhere in other religions. So their guilt trap is not broken in other things, because in Sanatan Dharma, there is strict action that whatever you have done, you will repay for that. But in Christianity, it's like, okay, whatever you have done, it was your past life, but now you are believing in Jesus. So everything will be okay. Jesus will do the, what you say, cleansing, and he will take all your sins. How can this thing happen? I don't understand at this point of, like, okay, so this is the main point. And one more thing, why should I believe that someone, I mean to say, let's say someone was crucified thousands of years ago and he wake up. Okay, what is that thing doing in my today's life? What good is that thing doing? But do you, if you understand Sanatan completely, you will understand how gods are within you, how you can manage your energies, how you can connect to God, how you can
Nitish,
see Him,
that's right, Nitish.
how you can come to reality.
Look, look, the best. Anyway, Nitish, you're a lovely man. You know, it's good to laugh with you. You know, that's Nitish. I'll ask one
Okay.
question. I'll ask one question. For us to follow God, we need to make sure what we are following is of God. How exactly do you have the evidence for God having given Sanatan Dharma? What's the evidence you have?
Yes, I am the evidence. Let me tell you.
If you really want to know, I will tell you.
You
No,
want to see God?
no, listen to me carefully. I didn't say I want to see God. I know God. Please don't,
I'll
please
show
don't
you
sell me. Please
evidence.
don't sell me. Please don't sell me. You are the one who is the con man here, trying to sell some stuff. You know, trying to cheat. You want to see God? I'll show you God, and I'm God. Not with me, Nitish. I'm asking for evidence.
Yes, I'll give you evidence.
Evidence for the fact that Sanatan Dharma is from God.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'll type this because I know you'll make me, even in a 1 minute call. So, but we need to finish really. So, evidence
I also want to present
for
evidence.
why Sanatan Dharma is from a supernatural source. Yeah, please go ahead.
Wait, let me share my screen.
Don't just
Huh?
fine. Just say something.
Just this screen. Is my screen visible?
Uh, yeah, okay.
Okay. Can you see?
1 second. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Is this
So what yeah, so what is in Sanatan Dharma is like Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. All three have wives, Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Shakti. Parvati. Okay. So these three trinities combine with these three. Brahma is the creator of illusion. The world we are living in is not, as per Sanatan, is illusion, because it does not stay constant all the time. It according to yugas, it.
Nitish, look, I know
Sir,
you.
I'm.
No. 1 second. I know it's terribly late for you. I know it's late for me, but I'm really not looking for some story to go to sleep.
So let me
No,
simply.
no,
This
no,
is.
no, 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 no. Evidence for
I'm
why.
giving you
Look,
evidence.
evidence for why every story you're telling me right now, all the story, evidence for why this is from a supernatural source. the stories. Why do you think this is from a supernatural source?
Because it is relatable till today. Even Jesus is not relatable till today. This story is
No,
relatable till today.
please don't bring in Jesus. Look, Jesus is a different category. Please don't even bring him here. So for evidence for why this is supernatural, your answer is relatable. What is relate? What does relatable have got anything to do with what we're talking about? Evidence for this being supernatural.
You yourself, you, me, every human is the evidence of Sanatan Dharma.
Okay, fine. Nitish,
Everyone.
you need to come back. Come back next week, but come back polished. This is what you're going to do. Evidence for why Sanatan Dharma is supernatural. This is what you look. You've got one question.
You are
And
you are asking about supernatural.
know what that question is. Come back next week. You
You
can
are
do.
asking, listen, one more thing. You are asking about supernatural. I'm saying nothing is supernatural. I don't believe even Jesus rose up from dead and all those stories. I
Why
don't
do you
believe
want
in that.
to, why do you want to needlessly drag Jesus in?
You are asking me
If you
about
don't have
supernatural.
Nitish, we need to stop here. Please come back. Try Sanatan Dharma being supernatural evidence.
Is this the only criteria through which you can say that
Yes,
Sanatan or
I want to follow something which is supernatural, not some stuff that my next door
why
neighbor.
do you want to follow supernatural?
Because I don't want to follow my next door neighbor's fantasy ideas. I don't want to. You want to follow your next door
I'm telling you, there is nothing supernatural in this world. Everything is hocus pocus.
we need to stop here. But thank you very much for, for Nitish. You are a lovely man. Thank you very much for continually engaging. But the challenge is a challenge. You can't just, just because you are clueless, you can't make Who Wants to Be a Millionaire some sort of a kindergarten game. No, you can't. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Serious questions will be asked, and you need to answer the questions if you want to be a millionaire. Kaun banega crorepati. If you want to be a crorepati, you better answer the question. Don't say, "Look, I am a 5-year-old child. Just give me some, sweets I'll eat and give me money." No, it doesn't work like that. And so come back next week with the question. Evidence for the supernatural. Evidence for Sanatan Dharma being from a supernatural source. That's what you're going to bring. Please, thank you very much. Now we need to 10 minutes has become half an hour, or maybe some 15 minutes. Let's say 5 minutes have become 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Nitish. Lovely speaking to you. No comment, the final person. Hello, no comment. How are you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you doing?
Yes, not bad. You?
Yeah, by God says. No comment. Plenty of bold claims. What is happening with you?
Sorry, what do you mean?
You said something about me being anti-Indian and all sorts of other things. So, are you the same no comment as the no comment in the YouTube on YouTube chat?
Sorry?
Are you also called no comment on YouTube? Maybe not.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
I am really, really sorry. Apologies. Please go ahead. No comment. Please let me know. What is your worldview? Please. Apologies.
Worldview? What's my worldview?
Yeah. Are you? Yeah. In relation to God, what do you believe in?
I'm the same guy. Yes, I'm no comment from the YouTube. Yes, that's why I chose my name.
So you are on YouTube. You're commenting on YouTube live chat.
Yes.
You said I'm anti-Indian and stuff like that. Was it you or someone else?
Yeah, that was me. Yes.
Okay. So why is that? I don't understand what the motivation is.
Sorry,
But
I thought you were Sri Lankan.
no, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just thought some of the rest of it was anti-Indian. I have, Indian family, so
No
I was
problem.
just sort of. No, that's
Okay.
fine. Sorry, I apologize for that. We'll leave that. Yeah.
No. Nothing serious.
You're not anti-Indian. Sorry, I thought you were. Sorry.
No, I'm not. Now, so tell me, what is your worldview? What do you believe in?
Well, I've not really a clue, really, to be honest.
Not really. What?
I don't really have a clue what I believe
You
in.
don't have. Do you believe in God?
Depends how you define God.
Do you believe? Have you found out who is the reason for our existence?
Have you?
I have, yeah.
How did you find out?
Well, there was one person who was able to die and come back alive. Jesus.
So you found out by reading the Bible, yeah?
No. Note carefully. Don't put words in my mouth. I
Did you
said
have a religious
there is
experience?
one person. I am describing something that happened in history. So my ultimate evidence is what happened in history. There is a person who died and who came back alive.
Who's that?
Jesus.
Where is he then? I can't see him anywhere.
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah.
You don't appear to be. Either you are ignorant.
No,
Or
no, being serious. I can't see. There aren't any factual. There's no objective truth to any of what's being said. I believe what I can see, what I can hear, what I can touch, taste, all those things, my senses. There's no empirical evidence or
excuse me, my dear friend. Excuse me, my dear friend. Is there a country in the world which you've never been to?
Is there a country in the world I've never been to? So, yeah. Well, yes.
Give me one name, for example.
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso. Does Burkina Faso exist in reality, even though you haven't touched it, you haven't seen it? You've gone quiet. What's happening?
There's evidence for Burkina Faso. There is
Right.
evidence.
So, lovely. So even though you haven't touched it, you haven't seen it in person, you are willing to go with evidence. That's marvelous. That's like a thinking man. Now we're waking up someone. That's lovely. So can we agree that for something to be understood to be part of reality, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry should necessarily have touched it, seen it in person. But if there are some who have seen and some who have observed, and it's clearly recorded in a manner which is understood as evidence, that's enough. Do we agree?
Yes, that's fine. If that's enough for you, then yes, that's great. And I don't mean that in a negative way. If that's enough proof for you, then that's enough proof for you. I haven't yet seen enough
Lovely.
proof
You
for
might
me
not have
to believe
yet.
this.
My dear friend, no comment. You might not have seen yet. I completely understand. But you remember where you began. You began where you said, look, you have to see it where I can't see. Now we have stopped being obnoxious. Now you have come back. And now I am essentially saying, setting the ground rules properly. It's not my preference. Your latest comment somehow says, if that's what you're happy with, you're happy with. No, I am not suggesting what my preference is. I am essentially saying going with evidence is fair enough for any sensible human being, because that's what you went with when you said you are okay with believing that Burkina Faso existed. Yeah, sure. Evidence is good enough reason. So the only question that needs to be asked is there evidence for Jesus having died and come back alive? Because that's what you were. So, oh, look, I didn't see it, and why should I, believe it, sort of stuff. If there is evidence, you better believe in it. Evidence should make someone believe in it. If evidence makes you believe in it, they are being rational. Despite providing good enough evidence, if someone doesn't want to agree with the necessary conclusion, they are being irrational. Please go ahead.
How did you come to this certainty? Do you still have doubt of, do you still have doubts at times, or are you 100% convinced?
About Jesus and historicity of Jesus?
Yes, and him being God, basically, yeah.
Oh, I am 200, 300, 400% convinced. If there could be 200, 300, of course, clearly there is nothing called 200, 300, 400% in relation to this. I am thoroughly convinced. There is no doubt in my mind in this area. I have, as a matter of fact, I have redundant confidence.
Sorry, I cut you off again. Sorry.
No problem. I have redundant confirmation in my life. I went through, for example, a long time ago when I was very, very young, I saw dreams. And through some supernatural events, I was convinced that Jesus was God. At that time, I didn't know about historical verification. I just knew about interactions that I can verify. And I had them, and therefore I was convinced. But when I grow up a little bit more, I wanted more. I said, look, I'm now a little bit older. I'm 21, I'm 17, 18. I need now, commensurate with my age, I need evidence. I was thoroughly, and I went through that phase, and I went through my own evaluation to be convinced again of the existence of the same God. And subsequently, when I was 23, after I finished my master's and I land in the UK, I was excited to see museums and so on, libraries, British libraries and so on. And I thought, oh, look, this is world class, and I know already my God, but why not subject him to, why not go through another enhanced scrutiny to be sure on an enhanced basis? And I was convinced again.
Okay, but that's very good. That's powerful, but one of the things that I feel is that I haven't. I've sort of had bad thoughts about, or not bad thought. I've had sort of I've thought badly about Christianity and all the religions really, and thought bad things about them, really bad things, and perhaps even mocked people for their beliefs at times. So why would, when I was doing all of that in my glee, why would Jesus, why would he let me do that and then forgive me?
Because God believes in free choice. Do you believe in free speech?
To a degree, yes.
Yeah, within reason. And God believes in free speech and other aspects of freedom, liberty. God doesn't force anyone into a particular, to be convinced of even the truth. God doesn't force anyone. If someone wants to be deluded, God will say, okay, well, if this is, I'd like to inform you, but if you don't want to be informed, God believes in freedom. And so God has given by design at creation free choice. Not everything is available to be chosen, but in many aspects of life, you are able to choose both good and bad depending on your whatever inclination.
Can you recommend me a good book? I was looking up all your books and I was thinking, okay, these guys are well read. So is there anything you could recommend that I read?
About?
Other than the Bible, is there anything I could read that you might think would be good to convince me of Jesus being who he said he was?
Oh, okay. Here there are a few different books, and I have written my own mini book, about 100 pages book. I can send you a, if you're into reading ebooks, I can send you a PDF of my ebook if you want to email. You see the email address at the bottom of the screen right now, my dear friend.
Yes.
If you email, I'm willing to. I can send you that, and I can also suggest behind me, or plenty of resources that I myself went through in the process of writing my ebook. Tremendous historical research in this area. For instance, Jesus and the Manuscripts is Jesus and the Manuscripts. Scholarly work on evidence that supports the historical Jesus. Scholarly work. It's not. It's. I mean, you can see the. It's clearly not for casual readers, but it's similar books. Craig has written a couple of other books: The World of Jesus and the Early Church. I don't know if you're able to see the world of Jesus and the Early Church.
Craig Evans. Okay.
Craig Evans. Jesus and His World, again, Craig Evans. I respect
Jesus
Craig
and His
Evans.
World.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are a couple of other books. The Case for Christ by Lee Strobel is another book. This is similar to my book. My book is on establishing the historical Jesus to be Jesus of the Bible.
Okay.
Essentially, on that is the thesis. Jesus of history is the same as Jesus of the Bible. And this is a similar book, whereas these are slightly more nuanced and deal with a slightly more specialized area.
I've sort of slagged Jesus off. I've sort of in my mind I've sort of said bad things about him. About God, about all gods, about all religion, because I've been a bit against religions, really, and I've started to really dislike religions, and I did, and I've in disliking all these different religions, I've had negative views on all of them, and I don't see how I can become a Christian.
I mean, let me put it this way, my dear friend. I have two children. My older one, my daughter, she is 3 years old. She tries all sorts of tricks. I need to teach her, to make sure she's not tricking me, and all those sorts of stuff.
Sure.
She has kicked me multiple times, and so on, and I have to teach her all, good behavior.
I have a child as well, so yeah, I know what it's like. Yeah. My son is 10. Yes.
Okay, 10. Yeah. So you understand. What I can say is this: to God, all of us are children. And so, my dear friend, this is where the true God of the Bible, gives perfect liberty. He doesn't want to he's not like the Islamic Allah who will beat you up, if you don't behave properly. If he ever existed, of course, he doesn't exist, and therefore, it's only through his minions. But God of the Bible is really, really a lovely God. But he is your father.
I have tried so hard to be, to understand different religions, and I've gone through Jesus and gone through different ones and read up on different religions, but I have found it hard to accept any of them, really. I don't know. I feel like maybe, when God made me, if God made me, He made me to not almost be.
Not really. Please, no. Bear in mind, in this world, as we are born and as we grow up, it's not just God who is influencing. Even though God is the only source of life that anyone could have, we have other influences also. Perhaps even parents, for instance, in relation to their attitude towards God, could heavily influence us. Our neighborhood, maybe some tragedies that happen, or all sorts of things could influence. And therefore, when you have a particular inclination, don't blame God for that. It's not Him alone who is influencing how your makeup is. What I'd comment to you, my dear friend, please, um, I completely understand that you are saying that you are, said bad things about God or thought bad things about God, and haven't really considered God to be true for such a long time and so on. But please, whatever the past, whatever you've gone through in your past, I'd really like to comment to you, but also don't go by, I'm assuming you're somewhere in the UK. The accent tells me you're somewhere in the UK. Also, don't go by the religious RE that we have in the UK today. It's terrible. It's really terrible. It's unbelievably terrible. The level of inadequacy in relation to explaining about Jesus, explaining about the Bible is bewildering in my mind. And the level of brainwashing in relation to Islam again is massively obnoxious in my mind. But anyway, please don't go by.
No, yeah. Sorry.
Let me just 1 minute, I'll wrap up. Please don't go by what you've learned through RE also. What I comment to you, my dear friend, is take a copy of the Bible for yourself. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, the Gospels. Take any one of them. Take it for yourself. Read through it and find out. Just read through it and see.
Can I just say one thing before I forget to say it, please?
No.
I will read through that. I will. Sorry, sir, to cut you
No
off,
problem.
but I just wanted to ask you. A very close person to me not long ago passed away, and they were cremated. And I've heard that Christianity doesn't really believe in cremations, and that's also made me feel like I don't want to become a Christian for that reason.
Cremation or not is not the big question, my dear friend. That's not a big question. Someone could be cremated. Someone can, for all sorts of reasons. But I'm really sorry, by the way, to hear of that. You losing someone close to you. I'm really, really sorry. I know it can. I know it can be quite overwhelming. I lost my dad a few years ago. It wasn't easy.
Sorry.
No problem. Having said that, what I would say, my dear friend, is this: ultimately, unless someone receives Jesus, when we stand on Judgment Day before God, we'll only have our own merits to go by, and no one has merits enough to present before God to justify an entry into His presence. Only through Jesus anyone could get there.
So Christians don't mostly dislike. I know, because they do, don't they? Mostly Christians don't like cremation.
Yeah, generally speaking, as a practice, Christians don't like cremation, but there's not necessarily it's not necessarily a black and white thing, but generally speaking, personally, I don't want to be cremated. I want to be buried, in my full whatever body, and but that's a minor issue. That's a really minor issue. You need to receive Jesus. But having said that, of course, you need to get to know Jesus. You need to find out if he's true. And that is where, my dear friend, please, what has happened in the past is past. I'd like to comment to you that you take the exploration seriously right now. One of the Gospels is a good place to start. And that could be one rail of two rails, and on the other essentially track, on the other rail, you could really explore, books like these. Like I said, I can send you my ebook, and you can study some of these. Jesus is real. God of the Bible is real. The Bible is real. The Bible is the word of God. And there are a number of ways in which people can come to that conclusion. One of which, of course, is by exploring the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus Christ. And so I'd really like to commend you that when it's an exciting journey to be a Christian. So please, I'd like to commend that to you.
Okay. Thank you very
Yeah.
much, Alvin.
Yeah, thank you very much. May I know your name, or would I just know you as no comment?
Domingo.
Flamingo.
Domingo.
Domingo, how do you spell? Demingo?
Domingo.
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 Okay. Domingo, lovely speaking to you. God's blessings, and please consider and come back any number of times if you have questions to ask and so on. It's lovely speaking to you.
Okay. Cheers. Thank
Could
you.
could I pray for you before you go, if you allow?
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
Sure. Okay, fine, no problem. Please come back. It'll be lovely to catch up.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye bye.
God's blessings. Bye bye. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye. There's one more. Joe, what about God worth knowing? Is that a Christian or non-Christian? Joe? Joe, are we taking? I don't know what the deal is with the next person who's waiting. If the person is verified, I don't mind doing 10 minutes. Oh, not verified. Oh, there are more people. Okay. If I don't mind staying 10 more minutes or so. If we need to briefly speak to the couple of people who are in the backstage still. Digger, please, can you respond to Joe in the backstage? We want to go through a brief verification before we could bring you on stage. While we do that, let me take a 1 minute break, please. I'll be back in 1 minute. Digger, in the meantime, please speak to Joe in the private chat. Digger, if you see on the private chat, there is Joe who is trying to engage with you. If you can respond to him, we'll get you on stage soon after the verification. I'm taking a 1 minute break. Oh, we have more and more. Hello, Digga. How are you doing? Joe, are we ready to get Digga? Hello, Digga. How are you doing? Digga is not it. Digga, we can't hear you for some reason. You are not muted, but still can't hear you. You're on stage. You're not muted. You try muting and unmuting. Worst case, if you jump off and then come back, that works at times. If you unmute yourself now and speak, let's try.
Can you hear me now? Or?
Yes, now is better. Wonderful. I can hear you now. Digga, please go ahead.
All right, perfect.
How are you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, by God says okay.
I just wanted to say to begin with, I've been watching your videos for quite a long time. The Speaker's Corner one, I'm a big fan of your content and everything. I think the way you put across your points is very interesting. And yeah, so I wanted to like talk about Islam. Like, it's not something I believe in. I'm not particularly religious myself. I've got a Muslim girlfriend, to be honest. She encouraged me to look into Islam, and I was open to it to begin with, but after I read the Quran and like everything, I kind of came to the conclusion that it's not very rational, like it's full of problems, all sorts of problems. So I want to know your opinion because you've done a lot of research into it as well. What exactly, like, do you think Muhammad wrote it, all of it himself? Like, do you think he just did it for his own personal gain, or do you think like, he was kind of having some kind of temporal lobe epilepsy? Like, what is your personal like conclusion based on how he came up with the Quran? I want to know from you.
Lovely. First of all, lovely to do you before I jump to particular details, do you hold any particular religious views right now, Digga?
I'm agnostic. I'm not particularly religious. Yeah.
Okay. Lovely. We can talk about Christianity also in a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. First of all, just to make sure we are on the same page in relation to the conclusions, Islam has nothing to do with God. It did not come from a supernatural source in the sense of God.
Yeah.
That should be clear. For we can establish through multiple routes. Now, to answer your particular question, what do I think as to how the Quran was put together? First of all, the Muhammad of today, Muhammad as he is seen today by Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslims, there is clear evidence that this Muhammad could not have existed. I.e., Muhammad of Islam, any version of Islam, could not have existed. So, if you're thinking about this gentleman who is, was born in Mecca and he preached a message in Mecca and then he was persecuted and he had run away to Medina, that did not. None of this happened. This did not happen.
Okay.
For every single major building block of the story is demonstrably, through early evidence, demonstrably not true. Now, having said that, there was some Muhammad figure, at least one. There could have been multiple, at least one. And therefore, what I can comment on is not necessarily why Muhammad wrote the Quran. Rather, I can comment on whoever wrote the Quran, why did they write the Quran?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the narrative is that, like, he was uneducated and it's so miraculous. I'm not an Arabic speaker, so I don't understand why it's miraculous. Like, what's so miraculous about it? And even if it is, I don't understand why that's proof that, the creator of the universe was speaking to him anyway. But like, yeah, what is your conclusion? Like, who wrote it? Like, how did they write it? Do you think it was a group of people? Like, one person just wrote it for their personal gain, or like, what do you think?
Clearly, whoever wrote the Quran, whether they were genuinely convinced that they were receiving a message or not, I can't comment on.
Fair enough.
For all that I know, they might be genuinely, whoever that was, one person or multiple people, whoever that was, clearly can't be Muhammad of Islam, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
But whoever that was, one person or multiple, whether they were personally convinced that they were receiving a message or not, I can't comment on. There's no evidence to comment on it either way. What I can say is, regardless, clearly, whatever they thought they had, even if it was true that they genuinely thought that they had some, revelation. If I was them at that time, I would say, look, this is not evidence. This is junk. I can't just think, oh, look, I think I'm receiving and therefore I'm receiving. That's not the way to go.
Yeah, you need to prove it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If I am called to be a prophet of a particular stature, and if God is calling me, I say, look, I need to have a tangible evidence, something that is black and white, which is not easily falsifiable, that can be demonstrated, at least for me, even if I am unable to prove to others.
Yeah.
At least for me, I do not think any contributor to the Quran ever received like that.
I mean, yeah, like they say, like extraordinary claims, it requires extraordinary evidence, and like all this thing about like him speaking to an angel, like as far as I'm aware, like no one saw it, like only he saw it, and it's like all the like a self. For me, it's like a whole thing of like, oh, just trust me, bro. Like all this happened, like I communicated with the angel, like this or all this happened. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any evidence. I agree with your view. I think that maybe he was genuinely thinking it, but like there's no proof, and like I said, there's zero proof that like he's communicating with the creator of the universe, so you can't take that seriously, in my opinion.
Yeah, but whether he was genuinely convinced or not, I don't know. There is no evidence either way. But what I do have evidence for is that whoever gave the Quran clearly is not of God. Clearly, there are plenty of problems in the Quran. There are logical fallacies. There are
scientific ones. Yeah. I know.
Historical error, blunders, major historical blunders, and all these problems. And essentially, the main way, the construct of why someone had to believe in it is logically fallacious. It's a primitive, backward, presentation. And so essentially, again, multiple reasons why, and of course, it disagrees with the Bible. It contravenes with the Bible. It totally is contradictory to the Bible, and so there are multiple problems. And so clearly, whoever gave it is not of God. What motivation could they have had? They might have genuinely thought something, whatever. But having said that, clearly it began in an environment of competition with the Jews and Christians. It was whoever was writing was competing even militarily against Jews and Christians.
Yeah.
And this was the entire environment in which the Quran began. Just to be clear, earlier, even when I mentioned about Muhammad, my point isn't that there is no evidence. At least if there was no evidence, then there is still a possibility that the entire story might be true. It's just not something which doesn't have evidence for us, but it might be true. For example, if I told you, look, Digger, I have an ice cream in my freezer here. I might not be able to provide you evidence, but it might still be true. You know what I mean? Just because there's no evidence for something, it doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong. But in the case of Islam, the entire history, the claimed history, is demonstrably wrong.
Yeah.
There is all anti-evidence for it in terms of the history. Plus,
Yeah, I'm aware.
Quran
Yeah,
itself has plenty of problems. So
yeah. Mm.
the motivation is simply politics in the mind. Someone jealousy and politics.
You feel like he just wanted to like propagate his ideology and have people follow it for like his gain, because I think that's the most reasonable conclusion, like from a holistic point of view. And the thing is, like, I approached Islam with a point of view of actually being open to like converting into it or like looking into it. But after I saw it, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like reading the Quran, like all the stories, everything is just riddled with all sorts of problems, like scientific, like you said, logical, moral as well, even though that's subjective, but moral problems and historical, like it just goes against what was written in previous scriptures. So yeah, I mean, from that point of view, I just think I personally think maybe he was a person that existed, Muhammad. I do think he was, but yeah, that whole thing, I think maybe he genuinely believed it, but there's no evidence, and yeah, I can't take it seriously. But the reason why I think so many people believe it, is hard to. They have a very like strong system of like teaching Muslim kids, in the mosques, the same thing from birth more so than other religions. So you can't really like, and I've seen this in your videos as well. Like no matter like what you show to people, like you can't speak sense into something that they've been brainwashed into from when they're a young age. So that's my take on it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. About the historical moment, I'd say, this is where wait for some material that is to come out in our channel. I haven't really,
I'm
so
looking
far,
forward to reading your books as well. I was wishing there's a paper cover. I'm going to read them as well. Yeah.
hopefully, once I have the manuscript done, there I will work out a plan for the paper cover, the
Sure.
printed copies also. And I lay out a proper thesis for what really happened,
Sure.
at least
Okay.
externally what really happened, and I can
Mm.
demonstrate. And this will be, you'll be astonished. The essentially, long story short, so far no one thinks the Quran has history. No one thinks the Quran is random, junk here and there. No one thinks the Quran has deep history in terms of the historical details it brings out.
Yeah.
It does. Astonishing details are hidden not in plain sight, hidden in the Quran. And I bring these out in my second book, and based on this I lay out a proper thesis of what really happened when externally, whether internally, whether whoever thought that they were still speaking to God, that's up to them. But my details would be what would happen externally.
I look forward to it. Yeah, I'm gonna read your books as I'm just busy with my degree and everything. But at some point, I do look forward to reading your books as well, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Diga, and of course, just briefly, I'd
Yeah.
like you to be a Christian.
Sorry, what?
I'd like you to be a Christian. Unlike Islam, I apply the same rigor to Christianity. That's what I do. That's why I'm a Christian. If
Sure.
not, I wouldn't be a Christian. I wouldn't be wasting my time.
I'm sure you have. You come across like a reasonable, logical person. But for me personally, like I've not like read into it, or like I said, like my girlfriend is Muslim, so I had like a personal motivation to look into it. But I've not like I actually went to a Catholic school. I grew up in a Catholic school, saying Catholic prayers and everything. But I've not done like an in-depth research and deep dive into Christianity. So maybe at some point I do have actually I can show you, like I do have a copy of the New Testament. At some point I'm gonna read this as well. But yeah, I'll look into it at some point, I guess. Yeah.
Absolutely, it'll be. I'd really recommend that. Are you based somewhere in the UK?
I am, yeah. I was in London a few weeks ago as well. I did come to Speaker's Corner, but then I realized that all you guys are just there on the Sunday. But at some point I do want to come on the weekend for to come to Speaker's Corner. So I would look forward to it.
Yes, please. My ministry mobile number should be on the video description. You
Okay.
can WhatsApp me. It'll be lovely to catch up. And
Sure.
if you do, even outside of Speakers Corner, if you're visiting London or whatever, it'll be lovely to catch up. I'm very
Yeah.
busy with my book currently. Next 1.5 weeks, just to get my first book out, because I'm terribly delayed. But
Yeah.
once I've done that, at least if there is an opportunity to catch up, it'll be marvelous. Um,
Will do. Yeah,
do
I'll do that. Yeah.
you live somewhere far from London or
I live in Cardiff. I live in Cardiff. Yeah, in South
Cardiff?
Wales. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, Southwest. Who knows? we might come somewhere nearby or whatever. It'll be
Sure.
marvelous to catch up. It's to speak to people like you is our pleasure and privilege. So, Digger, please, get in
Appreciate
touch
it. Yeah.
outside of the
Appreciate
state.
it. Yeah. For
Yeah,
sure. For
please,
sure.
WhatsApp and
Will
let's
do. Yeah.
catch up. And
Will do.
yeah, I'll commend exploration of Jesus to you certainly.
Sure. All right. Well, I appreciate it. It was nice to speak to you, and keep doing what you're doing. Even like there's the how you're preaching in Manchester. I saw the video how they attacked you. Like, don't let that put you off. Like, keep doing what you're doing. I know that it's not gonna make a difference at the end of the day. They're not gonna change their minds. But I love your videos, so yeah, I look forward to more
Absolutely.
of it.
Yeah. No, it's my duty and pleasure. No, I've been commissioned by God to, finish some work. So, whether they
For
beat me up or
sure.
not, it'll
Yeah.
continue through God's grace. So,
All
but
right. Take care.
I thank you for the goodwill, and I'm really looking forward to, getting to know you more and maybe sharing some details in your exploration of God.
My pleasure. Well, good night, and take care. Have a good evening.
Yep. Have a good night.
See
God's
you.
blessings.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Bye bye. Bye. There is one more gentleman who's waiting. Hello, Prabhansha. How are you doing? Hello.
Oh, hey, hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Lovely. And what's your background, Prabhansha? Are you? What's your religious back? I didn't get to see the private
So
chat.
my religious background, so my parents are Hindu, but I've been an atheist since as long as I can remember. So maybe I remember in upper KG rejecting like accepting the reality of space and biology and all that, and then it kind of just went just downhill from there for in the faith side. But
Okay.
then so yeah, I had to create my own philosophy, and then I discovered stoicism. From there I discovered uh, somehow I discovered meditation, then Buddhism, and I got to know about my own civilization that used to exist. And then I was always interested in Islam since childhood, because that those Muslims are very close in our communities, and so yeah, just to and I recognized the difference of Islam with our values, with secular values. So that was also in the background, the Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris stuff. But then after discovering Buddhism and all that, I developed this whole worldview and then respect for Christianity somehow, because a lot of I had only heard criticism of the Christianity thing. So I know all the I know all the ways I can, as an atheist, uh, I know all the flaws. So, right, I know where I can point out the mistakes or something which are different from reality as how I perceive it. Let's just say that. But then recent wars, and especially Israel and all, I just recognized that this sometimes socialism, democracy, a lot of things can fail. Um, these structures which are maybe 100 years long or 200 years long, maybe 1,000 years long. So Islam is like several centuries old now, and I couldn't find any answer, any way of preserving knowledge that would transmit those ethics, and most important for me, the growth mindset, the mindset that we can be more than what we were born into, right? So those kind of things I only see Christians doing. I see these concepts in other religions, but time after time, invention after invention, I see Christians always somehow like a phoenix, uh, messing everything up. But then, as I said, I don't believe in it. But then resurrecting the entire thing again and again, be it the Protestant movement or anything like that. yeah, really inspired by the Protestant thing also, wherein we have a direct connection with God. I like that concept instead of the church thing. But yeah, I understand the value of church and community and the protection it offers, especially in minority places.
That's lovely. It seems like you've gone through some quite involved, quite deep thinking process. That's really good to hear. Yeah, your observations are clearly some of the observations are very good. Clearly when you say Christians seems to be constantly reinventing ourselves, observations really good. I'll come to that a little bit, but of course you also mentioned about the fact of how you might be able to point out the flaws, but you clearly caveated by that by saying in how you see reality. So I'm really grateful to hear from you, Prabhancha. What I can say is something like this. I've studied the Bible for many years now. I've known my precious Lord. I know him personally. Of course, this is my witness statement. I can't provide proof that I know him personally, but this is my witness statement. I know my God of the Bible to be real in my own life. And I can say this very simply and honestly, Prabhancha. Going through the entire Bible, you will not find a flaw in its morality. I know Sam Harris, I know Richard Dawkins and so on say stuff. The problem is they don't say stuff at Speaker's Corner, for example. They don't stand up to scrutiny, at least not in the recent past. And so I'd really like to, please go ahead.
For that, I would say that again, Christianity has had this tradition of apologists and polemicists, and that's why that's one of the things I found about like respectful about the missionary culture, right? Wherein they try to bang their heads with the reality. Even though in Buddhism we say that we try to do that every day, but it doesn't. They are just enclosed in monasteries. Only like Christians I see, and so they have had this culture of 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 dealing with these things. That's why we see them. But Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins, they come from a scientific point of view. So I don't think something like resurrection can be proven by scientific instruments. So for me, that's not the ultimate truth, but that makes a line. That creates a line. There are things which can be verified by the instruments, and I will believe them more. I will believe them 100%. Anything else, anything other than that, for me, is philosophy, is mental formations, as Eric Weinstein likes to call it, superstructure. Like religions are superstructures which span across different. Like as a simpleton, I don't need to know the deep philosophies, the moral philosophies of if I should kill 2 versus 5 men, but religion somehow it makes it easy for the common man. But like personally, I think I can do moral calculations. I can do any calculations. I think, and I really believe in that. Either me or a computer can do any calculations. There is nothing which is to be revealed by anyone, right? It's us, our eyes, our instruments.
Sorry, coming in the last part, there's nothing
about.
Coming in, Prabhancha. Sorry, the last point. What did you say? There's nothing that
Nothing revealed by anyone. I said there are instruments, there are our eyes or senses, and then we get the data and we try to solve certain problems, and for those problems we try to look at certain places, and that's how our vision, everything, our reality is shaped. It's I mean, so that's the position from where like I guess Harris and Richard Dawkins are trying to come. They're not about faith. They're about the scientific, like the science of it, the
not in
science
my
of it.
view. No, not in my view. I've listened to Richard Dawkins in multiple debates and presentations, and I've listened to Sam Harris multiple. In my mind, if they stand in front of some of the capable Christian debaters at Speaker's Corner, they'll fail miserably. Their argument isn't scientific. It's just it's just present. Even Sam Harris, this thing that there is no such thing called free will. It's still continuing. in the with a couple of people, and I wanted to provide a proper rebuttal, mocking. It's utter nonsense. Of his claim that there is no free will. There is no such thing of free
Yeah,
will.
even I don't believe in free will. Like I haven't before Samar is yeah, since doing meditation, since doing vipassana, once you like uh, we can actually see the thoughts forming. We can see that we are compelled to do things without having like a thought that I'm going to do it. I think that's more a neurological thing. That I don't think it's like a divine free will as maybe Christians like to imagine it. I know laws are based on it, and I may agree that somehow it's easier to provide justice. But other than that, I don't see its use in a laboratory or even for like people. Right, I would want to change their will. I would like to change them so that their will changes. But if I give them this free will, if I spread this free will thing, then it's each man is responsible for their own illness. But I think that a lot of crimes are just illnesses which can be solved, and if we don't start with that free will is not there, then we might end up just creating huge prisons and putting people into it because we blame them for their acts as single person with free will.
So we're talking about too many things. Many things. We can get
Sorry
to
about
the
that.
no problem. No problem. No. I'm not accusing. I'm just saying that we are talking about a few different things here. What I'd like to say as a conclusion, and then we can choose a particular field and get to the depth. Prabhansha, is very simply this: I genuinely think you can choose any area in this. You can choose any of the areas of the discussion right now. I am fairly convinced that Christianity, the biblical worldview, will stand tall over and over and over again. The historical case for Jesus is indeed a scientific case. If we understand what true science is, true science isn't just a laboratory science. It's not just the repeatable science. By that science, you can't repeat my birth. Does that mean I'm not a scientific reality? No, I am a scientific reality in other ways of figuring out other ways of employing
Abstraction layer.
science. Come again?
I said abstraction. At a different abstraction, you are real.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Even using scientific experiments, if I theory, if the thesis is framed in a different way, I can say, look, I am now here. This is my and therefore I'm real. I'm real. I'm scientific. I'm real. I'm here. I will clearly I have been born to be real right now. You know what I mean? I didn't suddenly drop from an ocean, and therefore I was born to be a real man. As I should have been born at some stage.
It's like a candle, right? So the flame of a candle is real, but the flame just happened. So just like that, birth just happens because atoms are moving here and there. There is chemical potential, and then there are these genes which want to self-replicate, and then a new baby just seamlessly just integrates the two DNAs, forms a zygote, and that process continues. There is no line between the two parents and their progeny. It's a continuous process. It's just that for our ease, because we live in this society where we live and die, we call that important event as birth.
Let me cut you short there. Let's discuss one thing in detail, but I'll suggest
Sure.
my challenge is going to be Christian worldview stands tall in every area, including when employing science. But as long as we understand science isn't just laboratory science, repeatable science, science is also other things like forensic science and so on. Now, choose one area. Free will. Shall we discuss free choice, free will?
Yeah, free will we can discuss. Free will
Yeah, free will.
the conception thing also we can discuss, because these two things I guess I'm more knowledgeable in.
Yeah, just let's focus on free. I'm a little bit Um, 10 o'clock I should have wrapped up, but it's lovely to speak to you. It's a pleasure and privilege. I don't want you to feel unwelcome, but I'm a little bit tired, just to let you know. So let's spend 10 minutes right now, just 10 minutes.
Yeah, before you start, you were saying that you believe that Christian worldview is right, right? Like will prevail, you said, right? And that is my main curiosity of this conversation, and all my interest in Christianity. I want to understand why it prevails, and if it is useful, I would want to like help it not die out, at least. Not maybe not become a missionary, but at least not die out. Yeah, please
What I
continue.
would say, yeah, that's lovely. But what I would say is, it's not just that Christian worldview is useful; it is also that Christian worldview is true,
Hmm.
and the truth is the beginning point for me. God of the Bible is the only true God, is my beginning point. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't think about Christianity. I'll be taking a holiday in Caribbean or something, or whatever. I serve God because I understand Him to be true. Truth needs to dictate terms in our lives, and that is where it begins. Because it is true that God of the Bible is the only true God, Him being infinite, you'd also find His goodness being infinite. This is where God of the Bible is a God who cherishes freedom of thought, freedom of inquiry. He doesn't force His people to come follow Him. He allows for freedom, but of course He wants them to come to Him, because without which none of us would have life in eternity. We won't. None of us would have. Therefore, He wants us to come back to Him, but He provides the liberty to whatever, do our own thing in life. So because He is God, it has these good things. The morality is good, the fundamental building blocks of how the religion works is good, and this is why Christianity, time and time again, in terms of science, it excels, because early sign of people who pioneers in various aspects of science, pioneers were fundamentally strong Christians in various aspects.
Astrologers, gold makers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. In different areas, not just in one area, not just in science, in archaeology, in all sorts of different areas. Fields of study emerged because of Christianity.
Yeah, I
And
know about that.
and that is because God of the Bible encourages that inquiry, honest inquiry. Equally, you would not find morality. I know you said Buddhism. You would not find biblical morality challenged on any level. Biblical morality, I will be able to demonstrate in every aspect, is the best morality, and therefore having the credence that it is from God. On morality and credibility in terms of evidence for the fact of God, the Bible provides solid. And so this is why the people who espouse the Christian worldview, time and time again, constantly, emerging and doing stuff and trying to make things better. Not to say
Some things they don't forget. Every time they take a like a refresh, they don't forget few things.
Having
Resurrection
said
and
that,
then the Trinity, all that, right?
yeah, absolutely. It's all grounded. But having said that, I don't mean that in the name of Jesus only good things have been done. In the name of Jesus, people have done terrible things also. But when you examine their lives carefully, you realize, well, they're not following Jesus. They're just using the name of Jesus. So you find that also, just to be wary of it. So now, so are you saying this is the area you want to discuss in detail, Prabhat? Is that what you're saying? I'd like to spend, we have 7 more minutes. I'd like to spend in one area where I'd like to help you understand that Christian worldview is the only reliable worldview. I'd like to help you understand. So if you have a particular choice,
I think
please go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
specifically the biology of free will and conception. I thought instead of that we could just continue what you said, because those might just maybe they will waste time if we have just 6 minutes left now.
Yeah.
I think it's better I ask you that. What, what are the few things that you think? Uh, See, you cannot start with "it is the truth" because that's a faith-based argument, and I understand that. Like I can take myself as a person and start with that and imagine I'm believing in that, and I can see how things look very simple and very straight. So I don't want to start from this faith point that it is the word of God. Assume that I am like a skeptic. Then how would you like prove to me that Christianity is something worth maybe accepting the truth of it, and conserving it? And I'm most interested in what are those points which are conserved and how it is decided. What is the process? Is it like a communion, or is it everyday life? I'm more interested in that. So yeah, and sorry
Sure,
actually to like start from the
I'd really like to, yeah, I'd like to respond to you in a minute, Prabhansha, but I'd like to really make sure we are in agreement. Something you said I don't agree with. Christianity is not a faith-based religion. It is fundamentally a truth-based religion. You clearly you would have come across various religions for which the beginning point are belief statements. And belief statements form the fundamental reality, and sometimes you can't even question. You begin from there and see if there is any use for that religion, and you add various use cases and so on, on top of that, like that for a religion. But you would not believe, in my careful analysis, it is only Christianity where Christianity doesn't begin with belief statements. Christianity has this strong layer under belief, which is evidence. It has evidence to which you can apply reason and arrive at the belief statements. The belief statements in themselves are not the starting point in Christianity, and that is why I'm saying when you have evidence and you apply reason to arrive at conclusions, we are really talking about a truth-based system. An apostle Paul, an apostle, puts that very clearly. He says, look, if Jesus did not come back alive, our faith is vain. Just bin this. It's useless. I am telling you very honestly today, if Jesus did not come back alive, if I am not convinced based on evidence that Jesus did not come back alive, I won't be wasting my time. I won't be a Christian. It's a waste of time. In my mind, it's a waste of time. And that,
that's
and
true.
that
That's why I'm not a Christian. That's the main point. The resurrection thing for me, I think. Yeah.
Sure. So this is
it starts with evidence. Then how do you justify your previous statement wherein you said that like Christianity is the truth? We start from there. Something like that you said, right?
Yeah. Exactly. How do you ascertain truth? Truth is ascertain. We all live on planet Earth. We don't have
framework.
Yeah, we don't suddenly receive a package saying, oh, look, everything which is inside this bag is truth. We don't receive that. We don't receive anything like that. We have to, how do we ascertain, for example, you tell me suddenly that, hey, look, I'm speaking from a particular place. You're telling me something, but I can't go to my bag which tells me what truth is and say, oh, look, okay, my bag says you're right, therefore I believe. No, that's not how things work. The way we ascertain whether something is true or not is by a particular method of cross-checking a claim against evidence, applying reason, allowing for competing claims to operate. So you can really say, look, there are multiple things competing here, but only this is consistent. This is how judicial cases operate. In terms of figuring out what really happened. Did this guy, commit the crime or whatever?
Tradition.
Yeah. So that's the way we ascertain truth, and that is exactly what I'm trying to suggest here. The way Christianity operates is where it begins with the evidence, and it says, look, use the evidence points, apply proper reason, allow for competing options to be considered, then arrive at appropriate conclusions. That is a truth-based system. This together is what I'm calling as a truth-based system. If we
Okay, so I was like directly, I was just making a shortcut to the beliefs, and I was asking about the beliefs, right?
exactly,
So maybe I
because
should ask about
in many
what
other
stories.
in most other religions, in most other religions, you will begin with belief statements.
Hmm.
And this is where, for example, if many people get stumbled. I ask someone, someone says, well, what is your religion? And they say, oh, look, I believe that this, Brahma, whatever. And I ask, why do you believe? They won't have an answer, because that's not where they begin. They begin with the belief statements and try and build on top. Islam is perhaps the only other religion which comes even close to Christianity. When I say Christianity, I mean both Christianity and biblical Judaism, which is, biblical.
Yeah.
Islam is the only one which comes even close in terms of at least understanding the framework. So it tries to fake the evidence. It tries to provide a fake account and tries to give fakey reasoning. But at least it knows the value of this, and therefore it tries it. But it fails miserably when you actually scrutinize the evidence based on reason.
Yeah,
Christianity,
that's why like they have this tafsir thing, but then if you ask common Muslims, they'll just deny to do the interpretation part. They'll just say I'm not expert enough to comment on my own book. I'm like, just read it. We are using the same language.
Yeah, most would just read and recite and whatever. They will focus on the belief part alone. But some will, say, oh, look, we have hadiths, we have this, we have that, and whatever. But they'll still, most people in the world, most people, I'm by most, I mean really most, will only know it as a story, not anything beyond. Now, so Prabhansha, what was your question about this? So Jesus is truth-based system. Christianity
is truth, but then what are the evidences then? I mean, see, I'm ultimately interested in the beliefs that sustain war, that sustain 2,000 years, and you say that no, it starts with evidence. So I'm just thinking that Bible is a collection of those evidences. I'm asking you, what are those maybe those gems you can point me towards? I would prefer both like Old and New Testament, from which I can like just start this evidence, reason, belief framework, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is where, if you email me, I'd send you my book, my ebook. I can send you my ebook where I'll essentially establish Jesus of history to be Jesus of the Bible, and I'll present all the evidence that you could use for that, which is not just the Christian writings, but also non-Christian writings. The email is on the screen right now. Please, if you email, that'll be lovely, and we can take it from there. But my point very simply is, there are Christian writings. So, I can give you a list of them. I can mention them now. But, when I send you the book, you'll anyway have reference to some of the others apart from what is there in the Bible. In the Bible, there are biographical accounts on Jesus. Matthew, Mark, Luke,
the Gospels, right?
Gospels are biographical accounts.
Matthew, Jake, and one more.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Oh, Matthew, Mark, Luke. Sorry, yeah.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are 4 biographical works, and you have so those are primary Christian writings. Outside of that, there are historical works from Roman historians, Jewish historians from the 1st century, which give details, concise, because they are focused on writing some other history. But clearly, when they're talking about 1st century history, they have to talk about Jesus. So they mention about some very crucial aspects of Jesus, but in a concise form. So, in the book that I could send you, there'll be details of that. And essentially, based on the details there, you would have a historical case to analyze. The question would
Look, I
be,
believe in the Jesus of Nazareth. I just don't believe in his either in his dying, and if he died, then I don't believe in him getting up. But then there are people who clearly saw a man walking that day, so there might be some rational explanation. I don't know. That's why I wanted to get more into it, because it's too easily rejected by someone like me, and I don't want to reject it just on that
sure,
confusion.
that's
So
a marvelous thing. I'd like to. I commend you for that mindset. I commend you for your skepticism also, but reasonable skepticism. Hopefully, ultimately, where evidence leads, despite any inclination to not take that up, we need to give in. That is rational behavior. And so, please,
that's a faith, actually. That's faith. Because I think that's the secular definition of faith that I have discovered. That is, like, if facts and evidence and everything is pointing one way and my emotion is pointing the other way, I have to deal with my emotions. Maybe it will take time. I will keep those facts aside, but being blind to them is just, I think it's catastrophic for me. I don't feel alive that way. It's very hard for me to like say truth. Maybe that's like a mental thing also, but I'm glad that I have that. Whatever the new age disease they are calling it right now. Like these, I think I get overexcited and I go here and there, but ultimately it leads me to connect facts and, as you said, cross examination. That's
yeah, absolutely. So why don't we start the Prabansha? So please email.
Cool.
And we'd start there. And I hope that would be a good journey for you, where essentially you would any level of scrutiny you subject Jesus to, he only shines better. This is why Christians are calm and composed and are confident. You can scrutinize, you can do whatever with Jesus more and more, he'll only shine even better. You can scrutinize his morality, scrutinize the morality of the Bible. And so why don't we start there? So please email, but remember to email, and I'll send over. And some other time we can discuss, all this. Free choice is real, free will is real, and I'm going to at some stage, present a proper rebuttal. I'm really hoping is to begin doing that sometime soon, but I'm really focused on a book right now.
I can help you. I can provide you like a punching bag of all the scientific things I know from my perspective, and maybe you can frame a narrative around that, right?
Absolutely. Well, it's easily debunkable. It's just anyway, I won't get into that, but hopefully. But it's lovely speaking to you, Prabansha. So yeah, cool. So let's get started here. Buddhism, that's another, I've done my I'm so tired. I'm struggling to get my words. I've done my literature review, sort of literature survey for studying Indian history in detail. And of course, when you study Indian history in detail, one of the first things you stumble upon is Buddhism, because that's the first thing that happened in India on a major scale. I don't know if you know this.
I know all about it.
When you
It
go
started
with
from the
evidence.
Harappan civilization.
Come again?
It started from the Harappan civilization. That was the real first city-state kind of place. There have been tribals and other people living since African migrations, but a civilization started with Harappan civilization, and they have very similar symbols, which later on these Buddhism and Jainism they adopted, and then later on what you see as this modern Hindu religion, they also adopted them, like the swastika and the circle. I would want to keep you waiting, and we will just keep. So I'll mail you.
Cool. Thank
lovely. You for your time.
Thank you very much for joining today. It was a pleasure speaking to you, and I'm really looking forward to deep conversations in the future. But thank you very much for coming today. God's blessings. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Lovely. Okay. Oh, my back terribly hurts. Oh, okay. Joe Thambi is asking if we need to... 1 second, sorry. Questions asked in super chats. Apologies, I had completely ignored the super chat so far. Questions. This for the slap those Muslim thugs inflicted. Keep the good fight in spreading the unadulterated message of our Lord. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, McDonald's Mutta. I saw a number of your messages, but I couldn't really follow properly in the live chat. But thank you very much for your very generous donation, and thank you for your goodwill. Tell us how a book that was written so long ago can show you how to deal with issues in 2025. Show me a book that shows this intricacy of the Bible. I'll wait. If you do not understand my point, please read the Bible to understand. God bless. The Bible alone, I don't know what point you had in mind, but the Bible alone is a timeless book. The morality of the Bible is timeless, is marvelously timeless, unbelievably. My dear friends, for everyone who is watching, Christian morals, Christian ethics is undefeated. Undefeated. And so I am thoroughly delighted to have our God as God. So so the Bible, written so long ago, has details of morality which are important even today. Chaos. Jesus Christ is our Savior. Speech is very level. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Rosita Roja, John 14:6. Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Absolutely. It is Jesus and Jesus alone who is the way. And so it's wonderful to serve him as God. And Noah shows up in the backstage saying, go sleep, bless you. Absolutely. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to do is now close with a word of prayer. Someone, apologies, was it Sister Resta, while you mentioned about praying for someone somewhere? I do apologize. I briefly saw, but I only now it comes to my mind again. Sister Unique, maybe. Okay, let's pray. Okay, thank you. Apologies, I didn't catch that earlier, but apologies. Let's pray. Father, we come before your throne of grace. What a marvelous God you are, Lord. Seeing human beings in such a mess might be quite traumatic for you, yet you love us so much. Lord, you delight in us returning to you so much. We don't deserve at all this marvelous treatment from you. But thank you. Thank you for the fact that this is how much you value us. Each one of us, even those who are so vehemently opposed to you, you value. Such is your love. As your word says, you do not desire the death of even the wicked. You don't like even the wicked to die. Of course, at some stage you have to action that because of perhaps destruction on others. But you are a marvelous God. Lord, what did we do to deserve you? We don't deserve you at all. I can't even speak properly. What did we do to have you as our God? Lord, especially me, I consider, and I think I don't deserve to have known you at all. At all. Why? But Lord, you are a marvelous God. Marvelous God. Marvelous God. And I can only say, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for what you've done for us on the cross. You love us so much that you don't want us to perish, but you want us to be with you. And so you paid the penalty of our mess on the cross. Thank you, Lord. Oh, precious Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you for this great love. Thank you. Lord, today, every non-Christian who showed up, some more troublemaking, some less troublemaking, some sincere in conversations, comment all in your hands, Lord. Bless everyone, please. Thank you for everyone. Bless everyone, especially non-Christians. Lord, we pray for your richest blessings to be upon everyone. Pray that through your Spirit, Lord, you might, Lord, remind them of the conversations we have had today, and that you might encourage them to pursue truth until they reach at the very origin and the very entirety of that truth, which is you, God, Jesus. Bless them, Lord. Take care of them, take care of their needs, take care of their families. Lord, pray for especially Sister Unique at this time, Lord. I'm really sorry, Lord, that I haven't been praying about her health in a while, but pray for her health. I'm not sure what the latest is on this, but pray that through your Spirit, Lord, you might strengthen her. You might please, in whatever situation she finds herself, please pray that through your Spirit, Lord, you might build her up, build her family up, Lord, and help them march on. Thank you for the other sisters also. Pray for their blessings. Pray for Brother Joe. Pray for Brother Greg as he is not feeling great today. Pray for your blessings for him also, Lord. Pray for the rest of the brothers and sisters. Brother Knight, who I think had some issues, pray for him. Lord, Brother Celestial, pray for him. Lord, pray for all the brothers and sisters. Also, pray for our special friend Noah. Pray for your blessings for him. Pray for all others who are exploring. Digga, who's Dong, Bomingo, and all sorts of other people today, Lord. Pray for your richest blessings for everyone. Take care of everyone. Bless everyone, Lord. Lord, you be glorified. You be blessed. You be honored at all times, in and through our lives, and even with our own lives. Even at the cost of death, let your name be glorified, Lord. We bless you. We glorify you. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Amen. Lovely friends, thank you very much. Lovely to see you all. Thank you very much for your prayers. This weekend also, we are away on a very hectic trip. Please pray for us. We had a very productive South End outreach. You know, the video, although the audio isn't great, I don't know what I did, but the audio wasn't great. But the video could still be audible, so we'll upload at some stage. We're having some wonderful time. So please keep us in prayer. Please keep our nations in prayer. People need God. So this is where we are. Through God's grace, one step at a time. Hopefully. I do apologize for canceling this Tuesday's Bible study. It shouldn't be happening. I'm really focused on getting the book out, and we are making good progress. But I think it's going to be another week or so. For everyone who's patiently waiting, I do sincerely thank you. I do sincerely apologize for your kindness towards me in being extremely patient. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. God's blessings, and we'll catch up later. Bye-bye.